Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
This is what you see is what is to come. It's the first time you see the Space Center Wellness Center. These systems can reach man in the deepest part of the universe. As you can see, the transmutation and transportation of the soul and the physicality is within the system. And you will see each system on its own. It can reach all conditions of unwellness of the body of the man operated by doctors. It is part of the space program. And for the first time we show what is to come. And these machines have been operating for past 12 months. We know how they work. And some of you who've been to LINS sat in some of these systems. Now they've been positioned as one of the first wellness centers in the world. Now you see the future of wellness, feeding and making peaceful man out of the man. In this center in coming months, hundreds of these units will be installed. And more or less anyone in the world can reach. As you can see, there is room enough to add huge number, and the doctors will monitor everything remote. This is more or less the hospitals of tomorrow with no patients.
And welcome everyone to the Keshe American Knowledge Team. We should say the Earth Knowledge Team in a way, because this is for everyone, plant, animal, and not only on Earth, for the universal community as well. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Cork and other knowledge seekers who we can see in the participants list and those who we can't see. It's November 26, 2023. As we continue to explore, as Mr. Keshe continues to open up new knowledges, new understandings, but it's all about you, and that's what we're going to find out today. You're the one who decides about you, nobody else. You're the one that decides your capability. You're the one that decides if the simple complex system is going to function. So it's us who've denied our capabilities. We haven't even known about these capabilities really, more or less. We thought others had it, but now we know we're all walking around with it. As he said, I put it right in front of your nose. Just look in the mirror. And none of you could see it. So now he's opening it up. Mr. Keshe is opening it up further and further. But again, it's all about you and you understanding it. Maybe until you get out into space. And then it's to understand the giving from the soul. We thought we were ready to travel in space. So many people are anxious. They're ready to climb this mountain or to explore this new universe. But he said, I can't let you go into space until you felt the love of Mitra. And so to understand how to give, and there's a number of other things, how to drive the car, how to turn left, how to stop, and so on and so forth. I think right now, as my understanding is, will be more and more people will be experiencing the universe, but in the dimension of energy, like your dream. But you'll be fully conscious of it and be able to interact. It'll almost be like a video game, and perhaps the transmutation will come later on. We still have, it seems, quite a bit of understanding to develop, and understanding about the creation of emotions, the giving through the soul, and the rest of it. So I think myself, and again, this is just my simple understanding at this point, that we will start to move and experience things in the dimension of energy. I know I experienced that in the reactor group. I didn't practice much. I didn't do too much, but Mr. Keshe, from a remote position, you saw that wellness video that we played. He said the transmutation and the transportation is within the system. So I think if they put certain energies in you, around you, you can go into this energy state. And also down the road, we'll learn a complete transmutation. But again, there's probably a few things we have to learn about this whole process. But we are blessed and privileged just to be here, just to contemplate this understanding. And again, it's for everyone to unravel it for themselves, more or less, with the help of the system. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of system assist, and that's what we're experiencing in these monthly sessions. So that's just an overview of today, in a way. We are the system, but yet we have to learn how to operate it. It's a simple, but yet very complex system. And as he said in near the end about you being the magrev with all the tubes and channels and wires in a way connected and energies. The creator has mixed a beautiful GANs combination already within you. So everything is set. We've seen that video, your magrev is already set. That was from 15 or so workshops ago. And even before that, that you are really the system, and you'll find that out in the future more and more. So it all depends on which dimension or which station you want to get off. If you want to stop at the magrev, stop at the Ganses, stop at the gas reactors and so on, or do you want to go into a more fuller understanding of this capability, which every single one, and it also seems the plants and the animals have this capability as well. And it's not only, as I said, for here, it's for the whole universal community to be able to move or transit between these two dimensions. Manifest yourself if you choose, or experience something as an observer in the dimension of energy. So the whole universe in a way is getting opened up. I don't know much of it. Hopefully I absorbed a little more every week, because I think it is a layering process. It's a process of continuing development. But as he said, it's a new teaching, it's a new path we're opening up, it's a new cycle in this earth and the universe. He called it the rotation of life. I'm not sure exactly what that means, but it's really about finding out who you are. and for you to decide about this last man standing, where you can feed yourself, you can create wellness within yourself, you can create so many things. As he said, certain people didn't make cup 1 and 2, they didn't have to, they created the energies within them to keep them basically safe. And I think this is what it's about. You don't have to make a physical reactor and so on. I remember listening to Ton in some of the teachings in Vietnam when he was creating peace reactors and putting them around the city. And he said, I didn't even put the CO2 in or anything else in the ping pong balls. I just did it with my intentions, with the fields from within me. And I embedded those fields within the balls. And I thought, gee, that's a more advanced understanding. And this is the way, as Mr. Keshe said, you've been the target all along, but we haven't seen it. We've been looking outside ourselves when we've been walking around with the whole apparatus, so to speak. But now it's a time to learn how to play with this special ability that we have, and we denied it to ourselves, I think. So we're going to cover a little bit of that, but before we do, I thought we would read the World Peace Treaty, and then this white paper released by China about the shared future interest of humanity and so on. I think it's a beautiful, beautifully written paper. And again, it gives something on pen and paper that people can talk about, discuss, and see where our future is going instead of just letting it roll out sort of without any plan. So we're going to cover that as well. But first, let's go to the World Peace Treaty. Anyone would like to read the World Peace Treaty? It's a very simple document. You can find it on the Keshe Foundation website. You can print it out. You can display it and so on. And you really don't have to sign it with a pen. As we know, when you go into the universe, you'll probably never see anything written but the balance of the fields of the soul of the existence. So this is the World Peace Treaty, finding peace within yourself, finding peace with those around you directly, perhaps in your family, where you work, your neighbors, and so on. And then finding peace with the interactions with the universal community. So again, it's all about you or me. World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, whether it's for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, your body, or a soul or souls. Simply put your name, signature, and the rest of it, again, on behalf of the nation, territory, council, religion, city, town, or an individual. Have it witnessed, which is very important as well. I think the witnesser will also receive some of the fields you're creating by endorsing this document. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow man and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. This is the same document the world leaders will sign, the religious leaders will sign, and every other entity, I guess, that can sign on this planet will start to take part in this peace process. And as we build up this collective awareness by giving through our souls, as we saw beautifully what the Brazilian team did for the London event and so on, you can bring that change. We will bring that change much quicker, I think. It only takes one, but collectively we're much stronger together. So this is part of the process of bringing peace to this planet, to the soul of this planet and its inhabitants. And that's just the beginning of our interactions, let's say, with the universal community. And you say, why would I sign a peace treaty? Don't I have to defend myself in space? Aren't there people who perhaps want to eat me and so on, if I get trapped in there. Again, much of this has been fallacy. Much of this has been indoctrinated in us because why would other citizens from the universe come to this planet unless they wanted to take it over, unless they wanted to dominate it or control it in some fashion? But this planet has always been part of the universal community. It's us who they're waiting for. And of course, many of them, as Mr. Keshe said, are too shy to show themselves because we may want to eat them, kill them, put them in a box and display them. So this is where we have to get to this peaceful position here or in space. And it's up to you to find that. I cannot instill it in you. I can talk about it, but it's up to you to really embrace it within yourself, within your community, and then with the universal community. So this is the World Peace Treaty. Very simple, but very powerful. And one of the proposals our partners have put forth, of course, is this white paper. And it's called, let me just scroll up to the top of it if I can, A Global Community of Shared Future, China's Proposals and Actions. And China being one of our partners, I think this was quite timely put out as far as where we're going together on this planet, or are we going to continue to create the wars and the killing and what we've seen over the last 3,000 years, 5,000 wars on this planet? So it's a document where they're asking the block of nations or different nations who want to participate in this sort of win-win proposal where we move away from much of the war and the killing. And as we saw, Mr. Keshe will play that later today about creating amino acids directly from CO2, it appears. I don't think they're taking the GANs and convert it, but just taking the CO2. So if that's the problem, it'll become a feeding mechanism, not only for the people on the planet, but also for the soul of this planet, because it's come up short in this area. Would anyone like to read? Let's see here. Okay, we're going to continue with this. It's probably small. I'm not sure how we make it a little bit bigger, but this is again quite a long paper, so we're only going to take a little bit of it every week as we have been doing. We've gotten to this part so far, but I've always thought the cooperation and collaboration among nation states was a good idea. And then, of course, we'll move from individual nation states as the borders start to disappear in the passports into the one planet, one nation, one race for world peace. And that's where I think this will lead. And again, it might be a generation, it might be a decade. It all depends on how people take to this knowledge and this new understanding and how much the governments want to cooperate. But so I'll read this unless someone else would like to read. That's fine too.
Mark, can we see the title so we can look for it out in the net?
Okay.
So we can also translate it.
Yes, it's called A Global Community of Shared Future. One of the knowledge seekers shared this with me. I wasn't even aware. It's called a proposal, like a white paper, China's Proposals and Actions. So you could see humanity at the crossroads, as we hear in the news every day today. Who's going to move what war toy into what position and what's going to result in the rest of it. An answer to the call of the times and a blueprint for the future. Mr. Keshe has made a number of blueprints for peace and agriculture and energy and the rest of this. Direction and path, China's action and contributions. So that's it, John. Maybe we can share that in the chat, or if someone has it, they can put it in the chat. So we're just reading through this rather leisurely and going through what is actually on the table among world leaders and national people and people who want to see a planned future rather than some sort of mistake that we can make and sort of hurt ourselves quite badly or shoot ourselves in the foot because someone had a design on getting oil or gas or other resources, which now we know can be created directly out of the fields. I think China understands this, and I think other nations will start to understand it too, as Mr. Keshe takes this show on the road, so to speak, to Washington, to Tokyo, to other nations' capitals, where they can see for themselves some of the technology that's being demonstrated, again, beyond the understanding and imagination of the man. And there's so many things we haven't even seen yet. But this is part of this whole process. As China is one of our partners, I thought it was a good idea to see what they're actually saying about the world at large. They haven't mentioned the Keshe technology, although we are put into the 5-year or 10-year development plans in China. And going to the moon by 2030 would be an impossibility, I believe, without the Keshe technology. That's one of the reasons they announced it, because now they have a partner who understands how to build things on the moon without going there so much with a rocket or with copper or with cement to build structures to colonize that place. And again, it's a new understanding, a new cycle of teaching that we're going into right now. So this is just the beginning of it, even though it's been hinted at for so long. So opening up new proposals for international exchanges. And maybe if we look at this, we'll try to read to 4, perhaps. Would anyone like to do any reading? You won't get paid for it, but...
Mark, what is
yes?
the exact name of the paper? I might have a PDF if I knew the name of it.
Right. It's called A Global Community of Shared Future, China's Proposals and Actions. And this is the 3rd Belt and Road Forum for International Cooperation. I think it was in September of 2023. So this is
That's
rather...
right. It's scio.gov.cn.
If anyone wants to put it in the chat, that would be fine. I'll try to do it
You
later.
put that bit you mentioned in Google, it appears in several pages.
I noticed that I had it bookmarked in my bookmarks and it had disappeared out of there for some reason. But I was able to find it again, so no problem. Because this is not so much what is being put forward in the, shall we say, the international news, which I think
also
yep.
It's also on english.news.cn and in chinadaily.com.cn.
Right. So this is what should be talked about: cooperation, collaboration, exchanges. I mean, we're already doing much trade between the nations, and development into space and unraveling this knowledge is going to take more than all of us on this planet. Probably the universal community will be getting involved as well to open up this knowledge, how deep it is. So we will, if we want to enjoy the full extent of the knowledge, I think, at least on the planet, so to speak, it's going to take more than all of us, more than all the universities and the rest of it, to put this understanding totally together. Even though you do, as I understand it, carry the totality with you. But it needs to be opened up, it needs to be reused, let's say. It's not that we've forgotten it, it's that we haven't used it in so long. It seems so foreign for zero-time communication, for wellness, for generating energies, for generating travel and feeding yourself. Totally out of our matter state understanding, but now we're learning a new understanding of it all. So let's just read a few more lines in here. I think it's a beautifully put together document. It doesn't seem like there's anything offensive other than working together, which certain factions, certain people certainly don't want the world coming together in a peaceful manner. Opening up new proposals for international exchanges. China has made a 5-point proposal for building a global community of shared future in the areas of partnerships, security, environment, development, inter-civilization exchanges, and the ecosystem. This has opened up new proposals for international exchanges. We should build partnerships in which countries treat each other as equals, engage in extensive consultation, and enhance mutual understanding. The principle of sovereign equality runs through the UN Charter. All countries are equal. The big, the mighty, and the wealthy should not bully the small, the weak, and the poor. And if I may add an aside, we know in space that a superior being never abuses an inferior being, if there is such a thing. It probably has to do with the level of knowledge they understand. But anyway, back to the paper. We should uphold multilateralism and reject unilateralism. We should replace the outdated mindset of winner takes all with a new vision of seeking win-win outcomes for all. We should forge global partnerships at both international and regional levels and embrace a new approach to state-to-state relations, one founded on dialogue rather than confrontation, and that seeks partnership rather than alliance. In handling their relations, major countries should follow the principles of no conflict, no confrontation, mutual respect, and win-win cooperation. Big countries should treat small countries as equals and take the right approach to friendship and interest, pursuing both friendship and interest and putting friendship first. Next point. We should create a security environment featuring fairness, justice, joint efforts, and shared interests. In the age of economic globalization, the security of all countries is interlinked, and each has an impact on the others. No country can maintain absolute security on its own, and no country can achieve stability by destabilizing others. The law of the jungle leaves the weak at the mercy of the strong. It is not the way for countries to conduct their relations. Those who choose to oppress will invite harm to themselves, like lifting a rock only to drop it on their own feet. We should reject Cold War mentality in all its manifestation and foster a new vision of common, comprehensive, and cooperative and sustainable security. We should promote open, innovative, and inclusive developments that benefits all. Development is meaningful only when it is inclusive and sustainable. To achieve such development requires openness, mutual assistance, and mutual beneficial relations. Long-term global development cannot be founded on one group of countries becoming increasingly prosperous while another group of countries remain chronically poor and backward. Development should be placed high on the international agenda, and efforts should be made to reduce inequality and imbalance in global development, leaving no country or individual behind. Wow, they must have been listening to Mr. Keshe's teachings when they wrote this. We should increase inter-civilization exchanges to promote harmony, inclusiveness, and respect for differences. There are more than 200 countries and regions, over 2,500 ethnic groups, and a vast number of religions in our world. Such cultural diversity is what makes the world colorful. Diversity breeds exchanges, exchanges leads to integration, and integration brings progress. Only by upholding the equality, mutual learning, dialogue, and inclusiveness of civilizations and working for mutual respect, experience sharing, and harmonious coexistence while preserving diversity, can the world maintain its diversity and thrive? Okay, sorry, I was just letting someone in there. We should respect all civilizations, treat each other as equals, and draw inspiration from each other to boost the creative development of human civilizations. Gee, this does sound like something you'll have to do when you become a passenger of the universe as well, not only for here. I'm just adding that as an aside. We should build an ecosystem that puts Mother Nature and green development first. Humanity may have the ability to utilize nature and even transform it, but it is still a part of nature. We should care for nature and not place ourselves above it. We should reconcile industrial development with nature and pursue harmony between humanity and nature to achieve sustainable global development and all-around human development. We should respect nature, follow its ways, and protect it. We should firmly pursue green, low carbon, circular, and sustainable development. And I think this will be the last one I read, unless someone wants to continue. We'd like to hear another voice. Outlining a new vision for building a better world. China proposes to build an open, inclusive, clean and beautiful world that enjoys lasting peace, common security, and common prosperity. From, quote, the 5-point proposal to, quote, the 5 goals, the concept of a global community of shared futures has gained a broader historical perspective and deeper meaning, and set a clearer goal and drawn a clearer blueprint for the future of humanity. Would anyone else like to continue the reading? Otherwise, we will continue it next week. But this paper is available to everyone. Okay. Thank you. I just posted a PDF version, says Randy, of a global community of shared futures. China proposal action in the team chat in Zoom. Okay, very good. Thank you, Randy. But a beautiful paper, almost as if they were listening, that no one gets left behind, that the stronger is not going to abuse the weaker, that we're not going to litter and leave our garbage all over the place. These are also, in a way, ethos of the universe. So we can bring that here, and I think that's part of it. Obviously, they've been listening to some of the teachings of Mr. Keshe, and probably many, many times over. So that's the paper. Again, it's called A Global Community of Shared Future, China's Proposals and Actions. Again, this was from September of 23. And I know they've been asking the Western Bloc for a couple of decades or more now to join them in this process of a beautiful shared future. And so far, it's almost like telling your neighbor, hey, let's have a truce and sort of work together. But the neighbor is not up to that at this point, or doesn't have the field strength to see the value of it. But this is what China's proposing. And of course, with the new technology, defense technology on top of that, I think many nations will want to be part of this beautiful future that we can all create together, where all nations become equal. And that's part of this technology. It's a huge equalizer and bringing balance. And the ones that don't get on, I guess they'll be relegated to the lesser end of technology, or what we have now. But it's open to everyone, and I think as nations decide they want to go this way, or their nationals too, this is the way the nation will go, and because we're going to need everyone to unravel this beautiful knowledge, this beautifully deep knowledge, let's say. Any thoughts or comments at this point? It's certainly, wouldn't it be great news to read about cooperation and development and how this was cleaned up and that was averted and so on and so forth, rather than reading so many things about this one is going to have a war with this one, and this one's going to retaliate against this one because they're in a network, and so on and so forth. So this is all going to be part of the past. We're going to create the news. We're not going to so much follow it. Coming into the store and the latest offerings of the Keshe Foundation. And I know the Brazilian team has put this little background PDF together, Meeting the Soul of the Lover. And this will be Friday the 22nd. I know Mr. Keshe talked about the 21st having a session about Mitra and so on and so forth. So this would be a 300 plus the value added tax, which is a 20%, I believe. And you can calculate that in. And then, of course, your exchange rate, which will have to be, so it's just not 300 plus 20. You'd have to look at the exchange rate of the euro to your particular currency where you're ordering from and cover that to make the 300 euro. Having a Zoom account and signing in with a Zoom prerequisite for participation. It will be a closed Zoom session only for fully booked tickets. The ticket is non-refundable. You can book through the Brazilian team. You can book directly through the Keshe Foundation, and so on and so forth. So this is all part of a series of developing or preparing man to become the passenger of the universe. And also, especially the development of the system in the background. The more people participate, I think the deeper the system is developed. Or maybe it just needs so many people to develop it. But not only will you receive something, most likely, or at the right time your soul puts it in, but also the development, so when the systems are fully available to people, they'll be able to process all conditions remotely and simultaneously for 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, maybe 1,000,000 at a time. I don't know how it's all going to roll out, but we're going to see this sort of processing happen more and more once these sessions have been concluded. And I think the team, the foundation, feels the system has reached that level of being able to reach all kinds of conditions in all kinds of locations. And again, whether it's here or, as he said in the video, this system can reach man anywhere across the universe. So systems like this have never been available on this planet. So you can sign up for this. Again, it's right here on the Keshe Foundation store. And we'll just click on that. And basically, this is the next meeting, the soul of the lover. And that's what he said about traveling into space, that he couldn't let us travel. We are not ready to go until we basically understand this love of Mitra, because apparently we can get quite tangled up with it. You think you're ready to climb the mountain, but once you get 3/4 of the way up there and conditions change to things you haven't experienced before, you may become a little disorientated or a little lost, or perhaps even lose your existence because you thought you were ready, but you weren't quite ready. And it seems that we're not quite ready for it. We're getting prepared for it. I don't know if anyone wants to share anything about their last experience. I see we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people in the participants list who may want to share something about the last session. I know at one point I was in that session and I felt a small pressure on the left side of my brain. And then a little further on, I felt a huge wave of energy. It seemed to transfer from my right side of my brain to my left side of my brain. my left side being the dominant since I'm right-handed. So whatever was happening in there, I don't have an explanation for it, but it almost felt like the two halves were amalgamating in a way, or connecting in a deeper way. Again, I don't know, but I didn't have any special experiences. As Mr. Keshe said, go in without any expectations. Even though I caught myself trying to create the light between my hands, and then I said, wait a minute, you're not supposed to have any expectations. So one of the things I think I experienced is some form of enlightenment, where I'm preparing to understand more of the knowledge. We know it's endless. This ladder never ends. And also perhaps to fall deeper in love with the knowledge of the creation and the knowledge of the foundation, what is being shared. So those were a couple of things that I felt. And then, of course, some energy that seemed to be moving around my entire body. It wasn't moving. It was like the whole body had a different energy in it. And of course, at the end, he said, we put something in your mind. And that's what happened with the feeding, where you could create that sort of saliva or that plasma water within you. He said, we put something in your brain. So little gifts are being given out for you to help understand yourself more. It's all about you and yourself, not me telling you what this knowledge means to you or how you should apply this knowledge. And then, of course, there was a thing about connecting if you had multiple headphones, and I don't know if I got it right about the way to connect it, but perhaps whatever way you connected it was correct. And this is what Mr. Keshe said about building the magravs, that even though the person twisted it this way or he twisted it that way, perhaps it was correct for him. His soul knew what he was doing. So maybe there wasn't any wrong way to connect it. Hopefully I connected it the way as instructed. But a number of people were using 2 headsets. And some people were using 3 headsets because some people had this Ubisoft unit. Anyone else want to share anything else about this experience? I think everyone has a very unique experience in there. As he said in the beginning, they were dividing it into 2 groups, whatever that meant. And what he was doing with the groups wasn't totally explained, if I heard it correctly. But it's all a continuous development process to get to the point where you become that, have that ability to be able to play with your own dynamic, beautiful creation, where the GANs is already set, the magrav's already set, it's in a vacuum, introducing the soul. So there's still a few things to learn about this, but it's the beginning of this process where we kind of move away from the magravs. As he said to one, you still want to make the magravs? Well, plug yourself into the wall. Or you still are that blue box on the table, meaning the magrav. So to me, it's always been, in a way, a concept, even though I tried to play with it a little bit. Anyone else want to add anything about the session or anything? And again, don't feel pressured. It's only if you'd like to share something.
Yeah, I can tell something about the last session on Friday. I was like in a meditation state the whole time. Had my eyes closed and everything was black. And suddenly, really a light is coming. So at the end of the session, or more than the middle of the session, and yeah, a light was coming, and was I saw a light, and it's so when you close your eyes and do meditation and you open the eyes and look into the sun or into a light, and then you close your eyes, then you have this light too. But I didn't open my eyes, and I have never had a light without opening my eyes. And yeah, that was my experience.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful. Everyone has a unique, I think, experience. I think there's, yeah.
So, you know, and my my muscles were yeah, like electric yeah, like electric shocks.
Energies.
Yeah, not energies, so like electric ticks sometimes in my leg. So, and I was how do you say it? Not a cramp, but yeah, like electric shock. Short,
Was
and
it, was it at all painful?
no, not painful, but I had it in the end of the session, and I had never had this in these sessions, and really, but was sometimes on my arm or on my hand and on my leg. It was not painful, but yeah, interesting.
Very. Yeah, I think everyone needs a little different touch in a way of energies or in positioning and so on and so forth. So they're able to evaluate and introduce certain things, or at the same time, be developing the system, put in certain energies and see what happens. As he said, we control all the energies in the background.
Yeah.
So I was trying to create a light, and then I said, "What are you doing? You're supposed to not have any expectations." Then again, later on, I thought, well, let me just check for this light again. And this time I had my hands, you know, and that sort of configuration. But I had the eyes closed. So I was hoping to see light in little sparks or something, because now you sort of have a black background in a way. And I was changing the position of my fingers, and I'm saying, wait a minute, you're here not to see the light, but to become enlightened, which is a whole different process. We're so physical, we want to see the light. But then in the session, he said, try to create the light. But again, that's
right.
the enlightenment.
But you didn't see light.
Yeah. No, I didn't see any big lights or anything like that, you would think that would appear.
Anybody else had seen a light here?
I know that a number of people felt the light. I think about 39% of the people in the session, and about 28% reported on a survey that they saw the light. And then about 85% said they felt changes in the body, their own body. And about 53% felt changes in the soul and the emotion.
Yeah, sure.
So everyone has a slightly different, or maybe even a profoundly different experience.
Yeah, I'm interested in any other who has this light, how it is, yeah, how it was for him. Is here any in the chat here who has?
Yeah, there's people here, but we don't want to call their name or force them out into the light, let's say.
Okay.
It's their own individual experience. And as Mr. Keshe said, when people went into that unit in Linz, it was up to them whether they wanted to share or not. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure.
Would anyone else like to share anything about that session? Okay, and look forward to the next session, which again is this meeting the soul of the lover. Perhaps we should play that clip first. Let's see if we can find this in the 513th workshop, even though I did want to start here. Why don't we start where I thought we should start? Okay, I'm going to have to close that. I'm going to move this over on the screen. We'll hear Mr. Keshe's voice, and then we'll follow the beautiful transcript that's been provided by one of the knowledge seekers consistently every week within hours of the workshop. And so many times there's a search function here where you can find whatever you're particularly looking for. a word, and sometimes the word could appear 100 times or 50 times, but you can easily scroll through the whole document and find perhaps the point you were looking for. And just see the way Mr. Keshe has put it in the way he's described it. And sometimes it's different than what we thought we heard. So this is a beautiful teaching tool, a pedagogical tool in a way to help us to understand more. But let's go through some of this now. Anyone else have anything else? Have you reconsidered about sharing anything in the session? Just to encourage the others to come in, but again, there was probably 55 or more people in there, so there was quite a variety. Again, people from all over the planet, different strengths, different approaches, and different experiences. But I didn't hear anyone say they had a bad experience. Everyone usually reports there's something changed for the positive, or they're in a process of changing. Okay, let's see if we can handle a little bit of this. And we'll take a 10-minute clip and go through it. And here is where Mr. Keshe is talking about this new cycle of teaching, this new direction. Again, not only on this planet. And it's something we've denied ourselves. We always thought everything, the key was outside of us, but now we're finding more and more that the key is inside of you, and it's time to open it up, time to investigate for yourself. Again, your choice, completely your choice. You're the captain of your own ship.
Education department and part of the public teachings in English. My name is Rick Kremen, and I will be host once again in this ongoing weekly series of workshops. And once again, we have the pleasure of being with Mr. American Keshe of the Keshe Foundation, who will be presenting today's workshop. So, Mr. Keshe, are you ready to go for yet another installment of the Knowledge Seekers Workshop here?
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, good day to you, as usual. Wherever and whenever you listen to this series of Knowledge Seekers of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. As usual, we welcome you back. And as usual, we strive to share knowledge. As I said in the past recent teaching, we are heading in a new direction in the knowledge of man, and we are heading in a new direction with the life of the man, not only on this planet, but its cycle in what I call rotation of life in the universe. In the past few weeks, and in the past, especially recent weeks, we tried to explain, we tried to bring to understand the new cycle of teaching, cycle of knowledge, the new understanding. And with this, unfortunately, for those of you who are mechanical, mathematical, scientific minded, we have no gadgets to show you. We have, but unfortunately, the gadget, the system, the technology is you. And this is the dilemma for many, many knowledge seekers. Trusting that this system, this measuring tool, and this so sophisticated, simple system of the human body now has come to be tested. It's been developed over billions of years. Ethos and principles have been taught to it in the physical dimension. And now it's come to after production line, and it needs to be tested. And even though there's been many billions of prototypes before, now it's me. I have to find out who I am. What are my capabilities? And as I always said, now maybe most of you understand, I'm the last man standing.
So this is where he said all those me's. It's me who measures me.
It's me who measures me. It's me who decides my capability. It's me who decides if this system, so complicated and simple, is going to function. And it's like the new cars on the street you see. It's a car, but no driver. Would I be able to drive through streets without bumping into everyone? I'll be able to stop and go and maneuver and do everything else, drive during the good time of daylight and drive in the sunshine and the rain at the same time and the same way. And this is the history of man from now on. You have denied this to yourself, but it's been there all the time. The only way we put this system into testing and seeing how it works and bringing values to you to understand which part of the system you have to adjust, which brakes you have to loosen a little bit, and what part of the engine you have to increase the power of as a part of the emotion of the man in your physicality. So,
and this again is all adjusting. What I need adjustment in is may not be the same thing you need adjustment in. So they do get a readout on the system of your physicality, your soul of physicality, and the soul, and see the what is lacking or what is not strong enough, perhaps. And again, everyone has a different adjustment that they have to make. And of course, we then need to learn how to play with it as well. But no one can do it for you. Only you can open up your system. And that's my understanding at this point.
we have brought you into a testing zone where we let you test yourself and then find the capabilities, the shortfalls, the beauties, and everything else in you. The past 1.5 years, all these trials with the system, those of you who came on different sessions and you thought what is beneficial to me, I go in, was to create that condition for a number of those whose soul has decided to go to that dimension and direction and to find out more. What we do today in the teachings on the special sessions of Fridays, it'll become a benchmark for the rest of the humanity to follow, to guide us, for us to know us, for us to understand what are the pitfalls, for us to understand what's the strength of me involved in the dimension of physicality and the dimension of energy.
So you see, you're helping to develop this, and it's going to become a benchmark for the rest of humanity to follow. I know he talked about that in the past, about politicians who were running for office and other things, presidents and so on. Have you been processed? Have you been through the system? So there's a lot going on, and in a way, putting things back where they belong, creating a peaceful creature out of the man, I think, and also to find that beautiful balance that you were in the womb of the mother before the actual birth. So this is what you're helping to do in these systems, not only for yourself, but also helping to develop it as a benchmark for humanity in the future.
My physical life is connected to this planet. My energy life, which I call the soul of me, is connected to the universe. I'm not the only car on the road, and this city, this village of Earth, is not the only village in the universe. So now you understand. Up to now, you drove, you walked, you lived among the physical life of the village of Earth. With this understanding of the soul of the man, you travel the span of the universe. In a way, from a little village girl, you become the lady of a city. How you're going to behave, how elegantly you're going to walk, and how rough edges need to be cleaned up, to be tested, to be corrected, that you shine. You stand like a ballerina on the universal stage of the creation.
I think that word here, you stand like a ballerina. You become the lady of the city. You stand like a ballerina.
Perfection. Dance, every motion, and everything calculated from the tip of the finger to the tip of the toe. One mistake will bring it down on the floor. Perfection is the essence of understanding. Consciousness, understanding what emotion in the dancing in the universe will bring, that will not allow man as a ballerina to fall. There is no one else except the physical body of the man and the soul of the man. In the matter state of the life, you walk, you eat, you talk. In the dimension energy of the man, you connect to the rest of the universe. Physicality is for this planet. The dimension of the energy soul of the man is for the universe. And man needs to learn this. And all the teachings, all the promised books of the past is for today. When the man finds himself, the day of judgment, the day when you judge yourself and no one else. Unfortunately, the Creator does not have a bench sitting there like Ayatollahs and passing a sentence of death, or life imprisonment, or so many lashes. This is the job of fake believers. This is the job of those who claim to be the protectors. Now you are in the same position. Are you a fake believer and a false protector of that physicality and nothing else? I brought you gases, I brought you reactors, I brought you nano coating for your physical life. Now we teach you the essence of creation, the transformation, transmutation of the fields energy of the creation. And that is the beginning. The hell is the life of the man on this planet. The heaven is understanding a life in the universe. And the day of judgment is on you and no one else. It does not come by death. It comes by the point of maturity. I use gases to show you the energies. Now I use your body, your physicality, to show the beauty of what's inside you as energies of the creation. In the way the Creator has already made the gas mixture called the body of the man. Now I show his energy, his central control. And that is why what we teach sounds so strange, so amazing, and so different, because it's the truth about you, yourself, and no one else.
Again, he keeps stressing that yourself and no one else. But if you're going to go out into the universe and serve, it must be about the others. And I think he covers that in a way about learning this love, about learning this giving from the soul, not in the dimension of physicality, but in the dimension of energies. And the Creator so beautifully has mixed all the ganses properly so that your reactor is already set within you.
So I use the reactors and gases and nano coating to teach you about dimension of physicality and connection to energy. And now that collection of mixing the gas of the copper, the zinc, the CO2, the calcium, and the zinc is already mixed up, is already ready, is already has a central control called the human body and the physicality of the man and the soul of the man.
Any questions? Any comments? That you are the reactor. So we'll continue. I made this video, and why don't I move it onto this screen? And this came from, it's in the knowledge team. Now we play with a new toy, and we'll just play this till its end over here, maybe about 9 more minutes. Any thoughts or questions? That this is why the teaching has sound so strange, so different, so understandable, because the target the whole time was you. And we didn't understand this. We thought it was something we had to make or put together or interact with, but now the interactions come within yourself, within you, between the souls and the physicality, it sounds like. We'll continue.
Now we play with a new toy. Now we play with a new understanding. Now we play with your life. You play with your life. We show you how you played, how you can play, and how you can take this beautiful dynamic energy to become a flying source, to become a feeding source, to become a source for your life, and why you deny it. Why do we get a cancer? And with all the knowledge we put on the table, the cancer cannot be resolved. Because the dimension of physicality cannot let go. Cancer is dimension of physicality. I bring it to an end when I want, and then I decide when. Does not matter what we throw at it. The soul of physicality wants to complete the pain of physicality. Now you understand how I have changed that dynamic reactor to the dynamic physical structure of the man. In essence, when you know how to walk, you know how to dance like a ballerina, and you know how to jump and how to run. And we have all the knowledge. And we're trying to transfer this knowledge to you.
So again, it's not so much about studying on books or knowledge seekers workshops, I think, or the rest of it on the telegrams and on whiteboards and everything. He says we're trying to transfer this knowledge to you. Your physical body, your soul is that reactor. So there's a knowledge transfer going on. Again, we call it enlightenment. To allow you to expand, to understand there's more knowledge than you think you have, perhaps, something on that way. But your physical body, your soul, is that reactor. We continue.
Your physical body, your soul, is that reactor. Your soul is the second reactor. Your physicality is the sun of the light of your existence, and your soul is the light and the sun in the world of creation. As the sun created the moon and earth to confirm it exists and what it can do, so is the same with your soul and soul of physicality and the physicality of the man. As I said in the last teaching, we start a new path, we start a new teaching. Now that you start learning how to play with this reactor, now that you learn how it's there, how it stops this and that, and how creates emotion. You remember 129 Tesla magnetic field creation in the Sensano in 2014. With a simple system, we created more fields than nations spend billions of pounds to do. Simple men created the system, not the experts with PhDs and all the rubbish papers they put on themselves in different organizations around the world. And so it's the same. Simple men understand the creation of themselves and how they travel the span of universe. And from that point, how we started the cycle to understand the fields transfer, understanding how you mix two gases and it gave you pain relief, and you mix other things and gave you different field energies and colors and emotion. Now you have come to that point that you did not need it to make gases to understand this technology.
So that's a big point. A lot of knowledge seekers think you have to go from grade 1 to grade 2 to grade 3, but now we come to the point that you did not need it to make gases to understand this technology. He mentioned that later on as well in the Cup of Life 1 and 2. He said you didn't, oh yeah, it's right here. So why don't we play it? Let Mr. Keshe explain.
You only needed to understand the interaction of the fields. If some of you were knowledgeable enough, gathered enough, what I call technologies of understanding, you didn't need to make cup 1 and cup 2. You created the energies of it within you. Is this why some people never got it? Never got infected? Because the knowledge of existence through viruses has been and is part of the sort of structure. Very interesting point, which I raised in the private talks. Now I put you in the public talks. Many of you caught corona. Even some of those of you who came to the conference in London reported back that you were affected by corona. Ask yourself one simple question. Those physicalities which were touched by corona, are they getting ready to become, have learned, the passengers of the universe? Because the soul has got the taste of chickenpox, flu, now corona, and is getting educated, ready, vaccinated for the travel in the dimension of the universe. Doesn't mean that the soul of the man is getting ready to become part of the universal community. And in some way, is getting vaccinated, is getting introduced to the dimension of the fields of the universe as viruses. The other question comes, and this is might shock a lot of you, is some of, very few of, percentage of you who did not get corona and other viruses never touch you, are already passengers of universe, guest with us on this planet.
Interesting. I never got the corona, and if I did, I probably took a bath. A couple times I went to the supermarket and felt like I was hit by some different energy. I felt different when I got home, so I took a bath. But I normally don't get sick, but when I went to Manchester and I went to London, both times I came home and within 24 hours or 48 hours, I started to become sick. Maybe I needed a booster or something. But it appears that the soul can create these balance of energies in a way, or if that energy comes within you, to drain it, that it's not harmful to you, but that knowledge is in the soul without even making the cup 1 or cup 2. Isn't that quite an interesting aspect of all of this? As we heard later on, the RNA, DNA of the universe is carried within the soul, or the universe has its own DNA and RNA for manifestation in the physicality. So now you know perhaps why some people aren't touched by certain things. I normally never get sick, but these 2 occasions, perhaps I needed a booster. Just thinking about that.
As you have already been educated, vaccinated in the dimension of the soul, being the passenger of the universe. To this, I will answer in the future. To this will bring the dimension of recognition. As I said last week, a new cycle of teaching has started. And this cycle is for the soul of the man. This cycle of teaching is to take man to show him how to drive, how to stop, how to enjoy the sun of the Creator and get warmed by his rays. And from now on, the teaching mainly will target for man to be ready to travel in the dimension of the soul of the man. Book 3. The final destination in the temporary road of the travel of the soul of the man.
Anyone want to explain what he means by temporary road of the travel of the soul of the man? He said, get ready to travel in the dimension of the soul of the man. Now, we know the dimension of the soul of the man is energy. That's why I'm saying perhaps you'll be consciously playing this game, but just in the interactions in the energy dimension. And that temporary road of the travel of the soul of the man until you do a full transmutation. So we may play again. The soul teachings have going on for a few years, I think now. I'm not sure exactly when Mr. Keshe introduced this understanding of the center, what they call in the universe, or we call here the soul. But it seems like perhaps we'll explore the energy, like in the dream. You don't move your physicality, you don't really physically go anywhere, but the soul is interacting with other souls across the universe in other places, times, and positions. Just a thought. Anyone want to add anything on to that? We continue.
But you got to remember that within your RNA sits the whole history of the creation of the universe. What is connected to the dimension of physicality manifests itself in the DNA of the man. Universe has its own RNA, and universe creates its own DNA for manifestation of physicality. And you only see part of it which has initial strength of the physicality of this planet. If you understood the past 3 sentences, you understood the essence of the creation of the Creator. Now, what we teach and why we are here to teach. Because now we change those reactors, dynamic reactors, nano coating, the ganses. In fact, to you and yourself, and nothing else.
Okay, so it's all about you. We change those reactors, dynamic reactors, nano-coating, the GANs, in fact, to you, yourself, and nothing else. You can still play with the GANSes. I'm sure we will. There's tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of products that are going to be developed using the nano-coating, the GANs, and the rest of it, I think. Or perhaps people just want to try some of this technology, and this will lead them into understanding about their own creation, their own reactor, their own GANSes. But again, no one can do it for you. It seems it's up to you. So now the onus is on the man himself to explore and understand this technology for yourself, and not so much for someone else. We're very keen on telling others what to do and how to do it. But to me, it's coming more and more that it's all about you. And you don't know what's cooking in the other pot, what they need, what they don't need in the rest. Only they understand where the shortfalls are, if their brakes are working, if they're not working, and the rest of it. So that was the second clip. Anyone want to have any discussion about this or share anything about this? Otherwise, we will go to the another clip. Let's see if I can bring it up here. Okay, now this one is where he was talking about not piling on the GANSes, and we just made a little video of this. And this is from, we're going to have to, whoops, let me just close that off here. And let's see where we started, about 36. Okay, I'm going to bring this over here, and here's where we are. So we're continuing right after this sentence. To yourself, to you and yourself, and nothing else. And I'm sure tomorrow, the next day, and as Mr. Keshe said in the past, people will be saying, but my MagRev doesn't work. Well, what's going on? I don't understand it. This new teaching, this new understanding is for you to get it to operate, and only you can do that. Okay, Fo is saying, remember what I told you of what happened in the Sensano with the 129. I don't remember exactly what you told me. Fo, would you like to tell all of us what you told me, unless it was a secret or something like that? Mr. Keshe is telling us now we're going to create the Tesla in thousands and millions and billions with our own reactors. Fo?
Can I speak?
Of course you can. Anyone can. That's why we all have a microphone. We're encouraging you to open your mic.
Okay. Remember what I told you about the 129 on the 24th of October in 2040.
I'd have to
Mr.
look
Keshe,
back on my notes, but please, I don't remember exactly,
Okay.
but thank you for reviewing.
when we were watching the star formation to get a bigger or stronger reading on the screen, it was about 11 or 12 Tesla. And then Mr. Keshe told us, make your wish. Well, I didn't exactly have a wish, because at that time I was perfectly happy. So my wish was just, okay, we are looking at the reactors, we want it to be, to create a stronger field. So my wish was, make the field stronger. It's about something that is not visible, just a field, and you wish another soul to become stronger. That's the only thing that my wish was.
So, Fo,
That-
you were involved in the original 129 creation of the 129.
Yes, together with Eric Clausen.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember Armin was there at that time, and we talked about it with Keshe, and he said, Armin, you already have it. So I thought I knew what he was talking about. Now, my wish was to make the field stronger. Well, it happened, but at the same time, well, let's say I get a vision of my departed daughter. That little girl died at 3-4 months. And then after 27 years, she was clearly standing beside me and telling me, okay, Dad, it's okay. Then your whole world vision changes. You become to know what kind of field there is, what kind of field strength there is, what kind of emotions there are. So that's what happened with the 129. I always told everyone, is that the reactor the 129 or was it me? No, I think it was not me, but the energy that was sent out probably around the universe, I picked it up because I didn't have a wish. Only thing that I want is for that non-physical reactor, that field, to become stronger. So you have to, let's say, communicate on the same level. It's not energy, it's an emotion that you can transfer from your deepest insight. Nobody knew that what I felt for my daughter.
Right, right.
Still, it was there. After 27 years. So
was this like feeling the love of Mitra in a way? That
I don't know how to call it.
yeah.
I only know what it says to me. Well, that was for me in these days were very happy. You know, I lost my wife. I did all the process with my wife. I think I did it right. And it's all about emotions and for the physicality. But still, you have to cope with it. Not only me, my wife had to cope with it as well. So the only thing that I could help my wife with is to understand her emotions. And the doctors gave her 3 months. Well, it went up to 5 years. But anyway, I lost her again. And well, I don't want to be rude, but shit happens.
But
And that's
seems,
what
yeah.
I know about the 129. And I know what happened, and this is, I know what happened afterward with Naomi and Fabio.
Yes. Thank you. And he went on to say, you're going to be creating these Teslas in the thousands and millions and billions of energies. So that was just a starting point in so many ways. But a beautiful, as he said, governments spend billions, and you simple people, in a way, created more fields than the government spend billions of dollars to create fields. As he said, we're huge field generators. We don't even have a clue. We're getting a clue.
Yeah. Well, what I want to say in that moment, forget your physicality. Think like a soul. So is a star formation is a soul. If a stone has a soul, why should you be that special as a body? The only thing that stands between the soul and your body is your emotion. Now I want to stop.
Thank you very much, Bo. What year was that 129? In 11, 12?
2014.
14. Okay.
Yes.
So this was demonstrated quite a number of years, almost a decade ago.
Yeah, in a
Beautiful.
decade, a lot of things can happen.
No question. Thank you for
So
sharing your
I
understanding.
know what Keshe was teaching in the last years. And although I make also the gases and the reactors and dynamic reactors, I didn't make the couple of slides. I know what some of the turns and plates and everything else can get to your emotion. I know what the headphones do, but it's not the sound. It's the fields that are created from without into your brain. And that changes your RNA, your soul DNA. That's what happens. Maybe I'm talking
No,
too
beautiful.
much.
No,
I will
not at
stop.
all. We're all absorbing or trying to absorb what you've experienced there and what you're trying to share on a much deeper understanding. Any questions for Fo? Anyone would like to make a comment? I think we're all going to experience this more and more. And as he said, this is going to be a prerequisite, going through these sessions and finding what's out of balance, what needs a tune-up. Maybe the spark plugs need to be changed, the brakes aren't working correctly. Everyone has a little different need, I think, to bring you into this full understanding, a fuller understanding, I should say. Okay, why don't we continue from 36 if no one has anything else they want to share? We'll continue.
The ganses are the body of the man, and the dimension of the rotation and the speed of the rotation is the soul of the man within it. In one of the tests in the recent past, I explained to one of our knowledge seekers, you want to see the truth, you want to see the fields, do not pile in the ganses, because it brings the dimension of absorption and physicality. This is why when you as knowledge seekers use the Gans water, you get a better results than the Ganses. And one drop carries the whole of the essence.
That's why Mr. Keshe, oftentimes he said, I only use drops in some of his work, or for the most of his work, I guess, when he's using the plasma water. So it would almost be like homeopathy in a way. One drop contains the entire essence. I've been making my coffee and tea usually with the Gans water, but now you can just add one drop in there and it contains the whole essence of it. You don't need we always think more is better or more is stronger. But according to this, and he said this before in the past, just to use the drops, you don't need the large amount.
Not the whole cup. You want to travel the dimension of the universe, understand the creation of the amino acid of the universe. You want to live and correct in the dimension of the man's physical dimension, stick to the amino acid of your Ganses. You want to live in the dimension of the matter state, wash the amino acid, find the amino acid of the solid. The heartbeat of it, the essence of creation of it. Then you can become the stone. Then you can become a tree, then you can live the life of the man, and then you can live as the energy fields in the universe. What line of connection to the dimension of inertia of the existence can you find and understand and create within yourselves to become that point of creation? Then a man can be a stone, a tree, a man, and a passenger of the universe within the same vessel. When you're burned, you become nothing but ashes. The dust that if you bring the soul of it together, you'll make a stone. Some races clay the ashes to statues. Some path of belief use the same ash to make an ornament of the physicality. Now, you can do the same if you understand that, and without being burned and become ashes, create the dimension of the physicality and become a stone. Have your soul in it. And when the time comes, change into a man, a tree, or anything else. Now you understand the teaching of Baha'u'llah, bless his name, that even a stone has a soul. As the man can make an understanding of the operation of his existence in the day of judgment of his life, to create a stone out of himself, to become the observer of the environment, to become there for time to come when he decides to become the next. Now, as I repeated 2 or 3 times today, you understand you have become, you are, and you're testing yourself to show the rest of us the same as the reactors in the Sansado. Can collection of your field create the fields more than 129 Tesla and billions of Teslas and become passenger of the universe? And no one else can do this except you. And now we are the teachers. We're just providing that lab for you to test yourself. One of these tests will come in tomorrow. Those of you.
So this is what he's referring to about these monthly sessions, sometimes twice a month, an official one and then a follow-up meeting. But this is the lab they're creating for you to test yourself. And not only that, but as we said, to perfect the systems, to be able to reach others very precisely, very succinctly with the fields, because they have a large catalog to draw on. So the more that you come in, the broader base the system, and I think the more effective the system becomes, if you can join. But it'll be available to everyone. This is only the development phase, and we're all going to go through it. As he said, this is going to be a benchmark for people to be going through the system. Again, no one's going to be forced into the system. Some people, he said, even knowledge seekers would run away from the system. So we'll have to see how all this works out. And maybe they'll come full circle and decide to go into the system, to be balanced, to understand more, to work with their own beautiful system, or to realize their own grace and beauty.
You who joined for the session of the light, do not look for the light, look for the enlightenment. If you look for the light, you're still in the matter of conformation of physicality. If you get enlightened, understand a little bit more, you understand and you start the path to become the part of the creation of the universe. Just as I said, there are no churches and no mosque and no synagogue for any of you to join in. You are your own mosque, your own Christ, your own Moses, your own Muhammad. You live by the ethos of a mitra, and you exist in the universe by that ethos. Once you break the ethos of mitra, you have brought your own demise.
Okay, and now let's just look. We know that your system is basically already set up, but there's a lot of switches and bells and whistles and other things you need to learn. And one of the things he said we need to learn is this love of Mitra. He cannot let us go into space before we learn this giving through the soul part of it. So even though we think we're ready, we are ready, and so on and so forth, there's other things to be added in to make sure it's a safe flight, and you won't get stuck or need rescue or whatever may be the situation, or end up in a place that you didn't want to end up in. So let's just hear a little bit more here about this learning this love of Mitra.
You need to learn to love. You need to learn to become the lover. You need to learn to how to give. And that in the dimension of the soul. For that reason, Thursday, 21st of December is a celebration of the birth of Mitra. We celebrate her life, and we teach you how to love. On the night of her birthday, on the 22nd of December, we teach you how to love. We teach you how to become Mitra. Without that, we cannot let you to go into space. Without that, we cannot let you become passenger of the universe.
So is that pretty clear? You need to be taught about love. Without that, we cannot let you go into space. Without that, we cannot let you become passengers of the universe. So there's something about this love, because without it, apparently, you could bring your own demise by making a mistake, I think he went on to say. But once you feel that love, as he said right here, when that love touches you, you'll never break the ethos of Mitra. And of course, that is thinking good, speaking good, and doing good. So he's still being protective because we're not quite ready. We have to be taught this.
Because once, as I said in the teaching of last week, that love touches you, you never break the ether submeter. As we started process of transmutation, we need to teach the principle of loving, giving, and not to take. And that process starts from this session, and we emphasize and we teach you till you feel the love, the giving, understanding, and correct conduct. Tomorrow's session will teach you how to transfer the fields, how to be enlightened. On 22nd, you learn how to give, how to become a lover, and how to start the process of giving without expectation to receive. Even though you receive, then you become the giver. In a way, we fill in the cup of the soul that by its overflowing, you learn the giving, because once overflown, it's not yours anymore, you have given. And we start that process.
Okay, so you see there's other processes to add in. It's not only becoming aware of the soul, the energies, creating them, but there are a few other things that need to be added in. So we're being prepared step by step. Randy said in the chat, are these videos you made, Mark, posted anywhere in Telegram? Yes, they're in the American Telegram Knowledge Team. So you'll find them there, Randy, if you're with us, if you're listening.
Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, no problem. Just spread them around freely. They're just little clips out of a workshop made within about 45 minutes, just cutting it out, putting a beginning there. And again, little knowledge appetizers for people to maybe hear something that attracts them more to the foundation, more in understanding themselves, as this is a mixed up, jumbled up, mixed up world, as one of the songs that we heard in the past say. And they like to keep us off balance in so many ways. But I think we're getting a really pure essence of an understanding of that idea of I made the man in the image of myself with all those capabilities. You are the creator, you're part of the creator, part of the totality. Okay, well, it's coming up to that time when we're looking forward to Alex coming in, but this is the daily meeting of souls, not in the Zoom, not in the Telegram, but just on the energy level. The Universal Council invites the Keshe family and the Universal Council family, unifying at the soul level every day at 21 p.m. CET. For the elevation of all souls and the protection of the physicality in the universe. So this is where you can start to practice, and that's what we're doing. We're practicing, expanding your fields, giving fields, absorbing fields, and the rest of it. This is all about the learning to give and take, and this is the working of the universal community. Know how to give, when to give, how much to give, and not to give away your whole self. I think there's still a few things we need to learn about this process, but you can create the world peace or part of the peace dome here with unifying at the soul level, and whatever 21 p.m. CET means to you. To me, it's, I think it's 3 in the afternoon for the elevation of all souls. And by giving, you receive, and you elevate your own soul. And it's a practice that you'll need to undertake if you want to become passengers of the universe. We are expert at taking, but the giving end, we need a lot more to learn and understand this giving through the soul. What is being talked about here. Before we go there to the Dome of Peace, I know Alex is waiting to come in. I thought, which was such a great idea, that the Brazilian team put together this elevation of those at the conference, and maybe we could just play at least half of this. This was something that they did, and I wasn't aware of it. I don't know if anyone was aware. Maybe Mr. Keshe was aware of it, but I certainly hadn't seen anything. Maybe they did it in a way behind the scenes somehow, that they create this elevation or send energies to the Queen Elizabeth II Center and all the participants in the surrounding area. So this is a beautiful demonstration of what can be done when people gather together and use their own field generators to provide something. As Mr. Keshe said afterwards, we got what we wanted in this conference. And I would say that the work of all those involved in this was instrumental in creating certain conditions or certain energies that were needed to be there. And of course, it gave them more ability to exercise that ability to manifest or generate fields in a way. Again, it's quite an interesting realization that we are these reactors, we are these huge field generators. And many of us have felt it when you get angry, especially anger at someone for doing something, maybe your wife, maybe your cousin, your brother, for doing something. You can see how strong that energy field is. Maybe we don't want to create a hate or a resentment field, but we certainly can create many, many different fields. But you've experienced it many, many times and know what it's like. You can't hold it in your hand, but it's a dimension of energy. So let's take just a little bit of look at what they've done, how you can participate in these things. And I know the Brazilian team meets Wednesdays at 6 p.m., I think it is, for the elevation of the souls. And then daily, I believe it's at 2 a.m. CET time, again, for daily intention. So this gives you a beautiful practice of how to start using, working, hearing how the others are experiencing it as well. And it's all about the interaction of fields. And this is what we're learning. We're so physical that we needed so much of this physicality because that confirms our existence. But maybe we need to go above that and just in the dimension of fields. And we'll also get confirmation of existence in this dimension as well. But let's hear a little bit about this before we go to Alex, if he's patient enough to allow us to play this.
Patient.
No dia 11 de novembro de 2023, a comunidade brasileira organizou uma intenção especial com o objetivo de elevar e adicionar aos campos de todos os presentes na Conferência dos Embaixadores em Londres. Foram aproximadamente 90 buscadores de conhecimento de todo o mundo, reunidos por 4 horas consecutivas e conectados pelo simples desejo de viver em paz. Períodos de silêncio foram intercalados com leituras de trechos das introduções aos workshops pelos buscadores de conhecimento. E em seguida, houve comentários e compartilhamento de experiências dos participantes. Esse vídeo traz alguns relatos compartilhados após essa intenção especial e nos dá uma ideia da emoção desse encontro.
A noite de 11 de novembro foi muito especial. Eu imagino as possibilidades da ciência do plasma e já senti e experimentei. Mas me falta experiência devido a uma profunda falta de conhecimento do ambiente no qual eu mesmo mergulhei. Quanto à 4ª Conferência de Embaixadores, realizada em 11 de novembro, e como me senti a respeito dela, lembrei-me de uma música chamada We Are the World, de Michael Jackson. Essa música me veio à mente por volta da primeira meia hora da conferência e ficou comigo desde então. Essa conferência parece ter revelado uma memória em mim que era totalmente impossível de acessar, porque só lembrei dessa música para me fazer entender meu próprio papel. trazer a paz para este mundo. Aquela noite foi outro alerta para mim. O Sr. Keshe está certo. Após a conferência de 11 de novembro, você verá a mudança. Meus pais se mudaram para minha casa atual. Há de fato uma mudança na gentileza.
Ho sentito una grande pace. Ho percepito le persone che partecipavano al convegno e anche il luogo stesso, avvolti da una luce brillante, ma allo stesso tempo calda. Ho provato un'emozione di amorevole protezione e grazia.
Boa noite a todos. É difícil colocar em palavras o que eu senti durante o dia, principalmente durante as 4 horas de intenção. Mas tentando colocar em palavras, é como se eu me conectasse em tempo zero a uma outra dimensão. Eu estava lá na frente do local do evento e sentia que estava lá e que não haviam barreiras. Senti uma energia muito forte, principalmente nas mãos, nos pés e na cabeça, com uma sensação de que eu estava dentro de uma bolha e com percepções de discreto formigamento nas extremidades e uma força atrás da minha cabeça. Realmente foi algo muito forte e mais evidente que as sessões com fone de ouvido às quais eu participei. A minha intenção era que tudo se resolvesse da melhor forma possível e me imaginava com as mãos dadas com outros buscadores envolvendo o evento, emanando amor a todos ali presentes em Londres e que se conectassem com os ensinamentos que estavam sendo passados para todos naquele momento. Essa conexão era necessária para a grande mudança nesse planeta. Lembro de um trecho que o Sr. Keshe fala: todo o propósito do ensinamento é primeiro entender como expandir essa energia para além de si mesmo. Você expande a energia em vez de mantê-la dentro de si. Na verdade, ela já está dentro de você desde o nascimento, ou desde o momento da concepção. O que queremos fazer é expandi-la para que se conecte com os campos magnéticos universais e viaje para algum lugar. Então parece que foi algo assim, nesse sentido comigo. Quero agradecer a todos que participaram e mandaram suas intenções de amor, de paz para que tudo desse certo. Obrigada, Sr. Keshe, e boa noite a todos que me ouviram.
My name is Wolfgang from the German-speaking community. The participating in the intention for the 4th World Ambassadors Conference was very emotional. I felt a great sense of community and an atmosphere of peace. The time passed very quickly. Many thanks to the Brazilian community for their work.
Nada em comum. Apenas senti forte sentimento de gratidão por saber que neste planeta ainda existem pessoas que se empenham em buscar a paz mundial sem interesses egoístas. Gratidão, Sr. Keshe.
Anton Butter, from Austria. Dear knowledge seekers, during the 4th Ambassadors Conference, I have felt some gracious moments as I was like in space, in the room of Mr. Keshe, Universal Council, knowledge seekers, and the ambassadors and world leaders. I cannot say how harmonic and full of peace this field was. Thank you all.
This is Alexander from Canada. I have been here with you all afternoon. I could feel, without a doubt, that our enhancement units were turned on. This, combined with your effort and the support of the wonderful Brazilian community, has overwhelmed me with a flood of emotions. I thank you for being so instrumental in delivering the intention of peace in such a profound way.
Okay, perhaps we can put this in the chat that others can enjoy the rest of it. Thank you for all those who participated. Even though I wasn't aware of it, it certainly had a very powerful effect, and it had a powerful effect on the participants of the meeting. So This is really using our fields, using our own reactors. As Mr. Keshe said, he'll handle the physical or the physicality end of it. You just start working with the fields and continuing to practice. And I think the Brazilian team has had more practice than any of the other groups. But again, we're all merging into one, so to speak. So thank you for being so instrumental in the success of the London conference, to the Brazilian team and all those who participated and brought that change. Those energies went much farther, I think, than the London conference. Now let's go to our Dome of Peace, so we can continue on, and Alex's teaching is coming up shortly. And again, this is a two-step process. You can all be part of it. If you're not sure how to make the GANs, this is something that's done on Sundays, noon or 6 p.m. CET time, whatever time is best for you, that you can release the GANs waters to bring balance to the planet, to the environment, and to yourself. But let's hear a little bit from Stefania.
I don't know if anyone wants to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I will
With a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This is from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Thank you, Stefania. Now let's go to the second part of the Dome of Peace, is what the Brazilian team was demonstrating, which we can demonstrate every day at 2100 CET time, where you gather souls together, energies or centers together on the energy level. So thank you, Shweta, for bringing this as well.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, Don't spread the water of guns, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. MT Keshe. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take 5 minutes of silence. I cannot find my slide for that, so I'm just going to back this up, and Jacko had made it for me, but I'm not sure where it is. There it is. Okay. We're just going to exercise our field generators, we can say. Again, we're not used to operating in this dimension of energy as much as we are in the dimension of physicality, but it's a time for practice. It's a time to understand more, especially about who we are and how we can generate fields. And the Universal Council is learning this as well, to create things out of their wishes that manifest in the matter state. So again, we thank the Brazilian team and all those that participated in that, and just giving us a beautiful example of what can be done, not so much through the physicality is the way we always want to work, but through the dimension of energy. And I think this is one of the ways we'll travel the universe, on this dimension of energy as well. And then later on, perhaps bring in the transmutation, or if you're ready for the transmutation, you do it now. So again, we're very blessed and privileged to be here, just to hear this knowledge, just to contemplate if this knowledge is for you or not, if you want to absorb it. So there's something very special about everyone that's here, to be able to even approximate. These knowledges were hidden from masters and very, very learned men for centuries and eons of time. Mr. Keshe is just opening up this knowledge for all of us to take part in. So let's take 5 minutes using your souls, being in inner peace, and creating the elevation of the souls of the peace negotiators, the souls of the International Atomic Energy, all souls working for peace in Vienna and beyond, I might add, the soul of humanity, the soul of world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth. So let's just take 5 minutes of silence. And again, whether however you want to do it is fine. You're the director, you're the captain of your own reactors. So let's start now. We'll just take 5 minutes. And thank you all for your continued participation in this process. Remembering that you can join together every day, 2100 p.m. on the soul level to elevate and again, create this peace process through the soul. You can make the ganses and release them. It doesn't have to be just on Sunday. They know where to go and they know what to do when they get there. And that's to bring balance into so many situations. And you can use your soul not just once a week on Sunday as we gather in these sessions, but you can do it all the time. And then, of course, that brings elevation to you, that you receive more, that in turn you can give more. So thank you all. And now I think it's time to go to Alex. Is there anyone who wants to say anything about anything we witnessed today or heard? If not, Alex is raring to go. I can see his mic opening and closing about 10 times a second. Alex, would you like to play your own disclaimer? We welcome you and thank you for being here and bringing more insight into this deep knowledge, this deep understanding. Simple, but yet complex reactors we have.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Yes.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Thank you for participating in this meeting. It is the North American Knowledge Team meeting, but it's a very important meeting because it brings us all from different continents, and we're discussing things in a manner that we try and put it in context. And the context that we have to understand today is that we are in the post-November the 11th era of 2023. And that makes a world of difference. So please stay tuned for another trip into outer space. And hopefully there's a lot of space for all of us to be there. Thank you so much.
Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
So, ladies and gentlemen, what is different about today's session is we are having an opportunity to compare a session that we did in the spring of this year around Easter and compare it to how we feel after November the 11th. And this becomes a very important comparison because we are progressing on a different scale here. And what was meaningful at that time is needs to be put in context. That's the whole essence of the deal here. So and I do believe here we go. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We are reviewing the Intermediate Outer Space series. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It is November the 26th, 2023. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. I hope you enjoy the trip today because we are going to be really drawing a line between the limited man-made laws and the unlimited universal role of man, because we each have our own ways of operating, and we need to understand the difference. So one of the obvious ways is to understand that in our physical state, we are operating in the lowest energy state. And we can certainly understand the hesitancy of doing that because it's something that we're all familiar with. And despite the fact that we have, for over a decade, been teaching about the books of Meron Tevekoli Keshe, like book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matter, and book number 2, The Structure of Light, and of course, there's book number 3, The Origin of the Universe, which strangely enough is not book number 1. But many of us have been here for a long time. But when we look at the percentage of the population that has absolutely no idea what we're doing and has no idea that there is a plasma highway, and they don't know how to get on this plasma highway, and they're still looking for outer space and not understanding that this is our embodiment of our little pie in the sky. And so when we're looking at how we navigate through this universe, we're starting to understand that there are new rules. And so, can you teach an old dog new tricks? Well, obviously, yes, you can. And how long does it take? Well, each of us are on our own path. And as we've opened up a new experience and in trying to elevate the soul, we have to understand that things that we held near and dear to our heart represented our soul, represented the inherent characteristics of the soul. So what we talk about, the soul of the lover, but in context, and that context, of course, is in physicality. And so there's a new context, and that has to do with outer space. So on December the 22nd, where we're looking at a new type of context. So mark it on your calendar and please join us at that time. I think you'll find the trip very rewarding, very exciting. We have had to have a glimpse of this 3 years ago when we created the Cups of Life, and we didn't really understand that they represented the emotional strength of our inner space. And we needed to understand that in order to get into outer space. And so now we're discussing this after 4 years, and we've gone through teaching, understanding, knowing, having insight, understanding our earth space, understanding our inner space, and now we're talking about our outer space. And the thing is, some of us prefer to be students, and some of us become teachers, and understanding the teachers are also students. And understanding, of course, that what we're trying to do is condense over 6,000 hours of teaching into these classes. And now in the review, we're distilling that down even further. And so in the spring, we discussed about radiance, the plasma highway, lust in space, blood of heroes, cocoon, and of course, simply irresistible, because that's what we're doing. We're searching for outer space, that piece of the radiant pie in the sky. That radiant pie, well, what is that radiant pie? And so we have to understand that every type of manifestation is an inertia manifestation. And every type of inertia manifestation is a manifestation of a kind. And so the magnetical feeding comes from the PM ticks, which are energy packs, and they come together to form this plasmagen convergence. And it's a combination of the principal matter, the transition matter, and the convergence matter. But the context, of course, has to be in an environment. So the MAGRAV condition has to have a context of an environment to determine a field interaction, which is basically the inertia feedback. So these are the goals and aspirations of our discussions here. And of course, this was a class that was given around Easter. And so when we look at all the eggs and how we like to play games, we color them, put patterns on them, and maybe we play games with the kids or we hide them and things like that. Well, we have to understand that the souls that are radiant in this planet and in this universe also come in different flavors. And they themselves are also on the same hunt. And what are we looking for? Well, so we all belong to individual soul families. So, for instance, we have the biodiversity of inanimate souls, we have vertical souls, horizontal souls, and the diversity of the souls of humanity. And this is an important topic to discuss today because it changes our soul reference, you see, because in terms of our sequencing, we say the soul of the earth plus the soul of the earth body attracts the soul of the family of man. Yes, because we didn't come here alone. We came to be part of the family. So it's a soul party reference, actually. So the soul of the earth body plus the souls of the family of man attracts the soul of the family bodies of man. So now we have a humanity reference. So the soul of the earth body plus the souls of the family bodies of man manifest physicality of the family bodies of man. And so this becomes your particular default pathway manifestation and allows you to converge onto this planet and then diverge within your actions. So this is all part of heaven transcendence. And the reason we say this is because we've always had this problem of understanding our duality of being hunter-gatherers and how we've evolved. But in reality, the hunting has to do with being soul hunters. And so who are the soul hunters and who are the soul hunted? And so this becomes a representation of the creation of the universe. And so we say, how is the universe created? Well, it exists from energy. And so as we see in the cover of book number 1, it's the convergence of the antimatter, dark matter, and matter state. So energy is always positive. So what is the charge? The charge is the energy in motion. And if it's in motion, where's it going? And if it's going somewhere, where did it come from? And then we see that energy is always coming and going. And this becomes a very important thing because when we look at the existence of a MAGRAV, we see that there's a magnetical pole and a gravitational pole, where the magnetical is an emission and the gravitational energy is an absorption. But things that affect this field strength are rotation, speed, strength, and of course direction. And in order to maintain this MAGRAV, we see that in order to make this balance, at some point, the magnetical force fields become gravitational force fields, and the gravitational force fields become magnetical force fields, and there's an ongoing process. And so that process indicates a reference. And so that reference is either negative or positive. So fundamentally, the negative gives and the positive takes, which means that the energy can be flowing or binding. And so when we look at the principal interaction, we find in terms of binding, we have to create that mag-grav condition. But when we talk about this binding, that means energy has come to it. And where did it come to? But if it's coming, it also has to go. And so there has to be a flowing. So you have one binding energy interacting with another binding energy. And between the two of them, you create this flowing of energy. And that becomes your principal interaction of inertia. And so the thing is all of them have a gravitational stability. And so the two-way street is actually a pathway down a street of equality. And you have to choose that equality reference point. So we're talking about energy in motion of two gravitational stable dimensions, which implies twin suns. Where is this other sun? So we have to understand the basic plasma feeding rule, where the higher strength field feeds the weaker strength. And so there's a sequence of order. So we're talking about attraction and repulsion, which we call magnetical and gravitational field forces, the magnetical feeding and the gravitational feeding back. But you, as the last man standing, has choices. And so you can either turn on or turn off this feeding. You can increase or decrease the strength. And obviously, as a result, you will either enhance or diminish your positioning. And so when we look at this core component of what we call either the plasmatic or the physical relationship, and so we have been taught that the electron is the magnetical PM tick. And then we have been taught that there's an atomic marriage between the electron and the proton, and it creates these gravitational rays. But in the process of doing that, we have created this twinity that we're talking about. And so the speed of the rotation of the plasma of the electron is dictated by the amount of magnetic fields which are transferred from the large twin plasma of the proton. And so these two are working together at all times. So therefore, when we look at the component of the neutron, the initial fundamental plasma, and we see the creation of the atom, which is the proton-electron marriage, the difference is what we call the decay process, and it's the release of the PM ticks. So the PM ticks are a ray, and they go into different dimensions. And so this becomes the dance of the rays, the ray dance of dimensions. And you are part of that ray dance because you're a radiance point. You are the radiant you. And so where is your launch field? Where is your landing field? And is that field the radiant you? Or is the radiant you in between those two fields? So if we look at our physical structure and we see that the home of the soul of the cells on the brain level is in the middle of our head. And so we find that the emotions transcend different levels. And so we ask ourselves, well, where's the home of the emotion? And if we look at the heart, we find that it operates on a different level. And we ask the same question, where's the home of the emotion? And then if we look at the reproduction level, which is on another different level, and we ask the same thing, well, where's the home of the emotion? So we find that in essence, the left brain controls the right side of the body and the right brain controls the left side of the body. So there's a plasmatic crossover. And we see that as far as the brain food is concerned, this is a calcium plasma. And as far as the heart food is concerned, that is an iron plasma. And so the combination of these two creates this radiance manifestation. And so you are part of this plasmatic existence. So your soul spectrum creates this feeding radiance, and in turn benefits from this feedback radiance. And so this facilitates your man space point within the man space field. So this is an ongoing action. So let's look specifically at this magnetical plasma reaction. So obviously, if it's part of a feeding radiance emanating from a gravitational plasma, then that has to be a magnetical plasma. And since it follows the pathway around the basic structure, it has to somehow realign itself to be able to come back in. So this, what we've defined as a magnetical plasma, has to become gravitational in its path, on its course, because otherwise it can't come back. And I think this is a very important point. So it still is a magnetical plasma with relationship to the gravitational plasma within. But in order to be attracted to, it has to change its orientation. And so there is another emission, a vertical emission, and that's part of our feeding radiance, and a polar absorption, that's part of the feedback radiance. And so in its path, we are talking about having to flip the poles. So the radiance has to go through this pole flipping. So it's easy to understand the north and south pole orientation, emission absorption pole. But in its travel of the magnetical plasma, it also has to flip, go from a magnetical to a gravitational pole. Otherwise, it can't proceed. This is all part of the giving and the taking. And this is probably at the root of everything that we want to talk about here today, because we're looking at the gravitational stability of the MAGRAV condition. But we also have to understand that in return, there's a magnetical stability as well. And so in order to maintain this magnetical stability, first of all, you need a gravitational reference. Okay, well, I accept that. But what happens when you get into the plasma sea, where technically speaking, there is no gravitational reference? So within this plasma sea, you have to have a radiance stability. So within that radiance stability, you have this magnetical stability, which gives you the capability of flipping the pole from magnetical to gravitational in order to maintain the MAGRAV balance of the radiant stability, the radiant U. This becomes the most important thing, because this is your inner space point within the inner space field. And so there is a vertical emission, but there's also a horizontal transmission. This is the dynamic field relationship. And why this is important is because all we've been talking about is you, but you have to understand that you are part of something on a position map. And so your position is determined by the emotion of position in a relationship to another emotion of position. And so the feeding radiance, as we say, was magnetical. In order for it to cross over, it has to entertain the gravitational relationship of the other maggrav field, which in turn has a magnetical feeding radiance, which has to cross over to the gravitational feedback radiance of the first field. So we have these two fields, one's a launch field, one's a landing field, and then we have this reality dimension in between, which is kind of this zero time travel. So we understand travel is going from a physical launch point to a physical landing point. But what if you have a thought? It's not physical. So how do you determine the landing point? Because you have no way of controlling the broadcast. All you can do is broadcast, and then the receiver would say, no, this is not me, this is not me, no, this is not me. Oh, yes, 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 this is me. And then you make the connection. And so this is how we transcend the man-made boundaries of thought. And we can do this on a plasmatic basis. So this is where we're leading into what we call instantaneous travel, because we're talking about radiance travel. That's why there are no window seats in the reality dimension. It's instantaneous. So when we're going from the physical launch point to the physical landing point, we just can't go in physicality. We have to go in the magnetical stability of the radiance field. It has to be done to accomplish radiance travel. Because it's zero time travel. So that is where our radiance comes in. And so our radiance is looking for this plasma highway. And so where is this highway? And so when you look in the map of outer space and you say, I don't see any highways. It's not like a regular map. There are no lines joining here to there. So if you are this radiance somewhere in outer space, and that radiance is actually your little piece of pie in the sky, and you say, well, I'm out there somewhere, or I was out there somewhere, and now I've come to this little tiny red spot in man's universe, and I call it Earth, and that's our little tiny perfect world. And how did we determine to get there? Or were we just a hitchhiker? Or were we the driver? So many questions. I wish I could provide the answers, but I'm trying to provide context, because what we have to understand is that from your point of reference, which is giving you your gravitational stability, the whole broadcast is a feeding radiance. So it broadcasts all around. And if it's broadcasting out, then you're not determining where it's going. And so this becomes part of natural creation. So if we have to understand that every single being is creating this magnetical radiance, it's all part of the natural creation. And so the natural creation stems from within, where you have the gravitational field forces in the inner space, and you have the magnetical core in your outer space. And so that becomes part of natural creation. And so we've now resolved an anomaly here where we're looking at the way of the Earth, which is round. And we have the plasma dome, and we have the magma sphere, and we are residing in that gravitationally stable biosphere. And when we look at ourselves, they are created the same way. So there's a soul in the cell, and then there's a magnetical field around the cell, which is radiating its position. So we don't have any confusion here between kidney cells and heart cells and bone cells and any other cell. It's all very specific. So it's all following the same pattern. And so the feedback radiance then has its own pattern. And so, of course, that energy is also coming from all sides. So there's an interaction of the magnetical force fields that you are radiating and an interaction of the force fields that are being irradiated to you. And then we have this gravitational stability that comes from the magnetical force fields coming into the gravitational core. And so we call that natural decay. But what it is changing the energy level. So that feeding radiance, which is magnetical, has to flip over and become gravitational to become part of the feedback radiance. And so this is how you maintain your gravitational radiant plasma. And so the question then becomes is, where's this other energy coming from that is changing things? So we have to understand that there's different levels of energy. So when we talk about natural decay, we're talking about manifestation of a plasmatic energy to another manifestation of plasmatic energy and eventually coming down to a physical manifestation. And so scientifically, we can look at carbon, which in its elemental field state, we call it carbon 12, but in its plasmatic isotope, we register it as carbon 16 or carbon 14. And so the radiant you has transcended all of these levels. So we have experienced all of these levels all of the time. And we continually do that. So that was part of the natural decay. So in the process, excuse me, having this natural decay, we have to understand there's equal and opposite natural creation. And so in that process, we are elevating from a physical state of carbon 12 to an isotope of carbon 10 and another isotope of carbon 8. And so we understand that these are all on different energy levels. So how do these energy levels compare? Well, the thing is, we're looking at the convergence of coming to this carbon 12, which is our physicality. So there's a gravitational coming down. And then, of course, there's a divergence, which is a magnetical growing up. And so we have to also understand that there's this in-between state, this transition state, because it has to be there, because there's no reason otherwise to go from one level to another level. So the reason to transition has to be there. It's automatic. And even though we can't see it, we're already having trouble seeing the magnetical stability of our feeding radiance, right? But what we have to understand is that there's a combination of the emission and there's a combination of the horizontal radiance. And so this creates this Magrath balancing. And you say, well, are you coming and going? Well, who decides? So you're the one who decides. You have this decision on this radiance pole flipping. So regardless of which energy level you're at, you have to go through this radiance pole flipping to cross over this transition state. And so we find that wherever you're crossing over, you're creating a state, a radiance of inertia. So when we look at our emotion of presence and the position of our vision there, reflects in the emotional position. But what we also have to take into account the emotion of our vision. And that vision can come from any state, because that emotion of vision is our radiance inertia, which comes down this plasma highway. And this plasma highway travels best, like all highways, at the highest speed. And so that plasma highway is traveling between the isotope states of carbon-8 and carbon-16. So within this reference, we could say, well, this is the highest energy state. And so we've laid out the road on the plasma highway, and we need to learn how to navigate through that. So we learn about each state having a matter state, dark matter, and antimatter energy level. And so we see that the transition states, which are the soul emotion of vision, become the soul of the man and the soul of the body. These are the transition states. So somehow these two come together and create the physicality. So we're looking at this conversion. And so when we add the isotopes together, and on the plasma highway of C16 and 68, we come out with C24. And if we look at the lower level, interesting, still plasmatic, but we have a combination of C14 and C10, which is still C24. So a funny thing happens when we go into our physical materialization, we're in carbon 12. So the plasma energy levels on the plasma highway are different from the way we're structured physically, because where the soul of the man is within the soul of the body, we find that the soul of the man has the highest energy state, and the soul of the body is the in-between energy state between the soul of the man and the physicality. So we find that the physicality as it is at the lowest matter energy state. So the on and off ramp to the plasma highway has to follow these energy paths. And so when we look at the soul radiance, we have to understand that the soul of man, well, that's the essential you. And that comes from the interaction between the plasmagen state and the mattergen state. So it's the soul of the body, that's the surrogate you, that's the interaction between the plasmagen state and the environment state. Once you have determined the environment state, then we can talk about our physicality. So, and our physicality seems to be lust in space. And that's one of the things that we have to identify as being part of our limitation, because, you know, we all want to keep our eye on the pie, but is it just a piece of the whole pie? Or do we dream of bigger pies? And then understand, well, you know, that's just still a piece of the whole pie. Because wherever we're at, we're just a small portion. So that's not what we really need to think about, because although our family of emotion includes the emotion of man, the emotion of physicality, the emotion of presence, the position, and the emotion of vision, these are all part of the man space point of view. We have to understand that there's an emotion of knowledge, which is part of the soul space point of view. And although this seems to be outnumbered from man space point of view, it actually is in balance, because the emotion of knowledge is vast and the emotion of man space point of view is limited. So we add to this through our addictions. And we could just say that there are lust addictions like painkillers and drugs, and even we treat food as a drug.
alcohol, sex, greed, narcissism. These are all physicality centric. So it becomes the soul of the physicality centric. And so we see, well, this is the essential you, isn't it? And so this becomes our emotional domain. And we say, okay, well, there's actions and reactions. So you have an addiction to achieving a balance of emotion. And maybe the chase is better than the catch, and you get this euphoria. So it's out of balance. And then you have these alterations like adrenaline, dopamine, and cortisone. And of course, there's always this emotional impulse, and then our favorite irrational behavior. And so this emotion needs the soul of physicality. That's all part of the emotional domain. And so we just are only looking at the good things in life. It's our point of view, it's our perspective, but it's very subjective. And so we have to understand the difference between the plasmatic reality and the physical reality. And too often, we ignore one to satisfy the other. And so we have all these excuses, and we become self-deluding, and maybe we rationalize, justify, or just let sleeping dogs lie and say, oh, well, you know what, the end justifies the means, or the means justifies the ends. And then we go through this whole paralysis due to analysis, and we don't get anything done. So we just say, well, let's just get along by going along. And so we have this breeding of naivety, and maybe we get some disgust, but really it's an endorsement through inaction. And say, well, it's not what you know, it's about who you know. Well, that's not the way the plasma science works, because we've already discussed how there's a convergence and it's gravitational, but there's also conversion. And then from that conversion, then it becomes divergence. But it creates this field of convergence in the physical field. And then there's an overlapping field that supports it, which is the plasmatic substructure. So these are all working together in the background. So we have to remember that that is always present. And as we say, it's a two-way street, and it comes gravitationally and it's emitted magnetically. And so we see that this conversion on this plasma highway, we see the plasmatic manifestation in the C24 and the physical manifestation in the C12. So where this plasmatic highway, which is operating at the highest level, we have to look at that field as being another overlapping field, but as being the highest energy overlapping field. So we have our interaction field. So there's an interaction field that splits up on the plasma highway. And there's another interaction field that splits up on the other plasmatic substructure. And so this creates an interaction and a combination. And as such, when these come together, because of the affinity, the attraction, it creates a vortex. This vortex is the rotating field. Well, we create other fields, or we call them enforcers. We enforce our addiction, or we have addiction enforcers. So sometimes we have spies, and there's sabotage, and there's incompetence, and it creates a soul disconnect. So we can clearly see that there's a difference. So when we allow these spies to come in, and that usually comes through our ignorance, then it creates a physicality which is highly restricted. And this physicality feeds into vices like pornography, mind control, slavery, and trafficking, and of course that favorite money. And so this dominates not only our physicality, but it dominates the plasmatic substructure, and it's reinforced with these vices. So this becomes the currency of exchange. And so when we see the currency, we see, well, there's basically 5 currencies on this planet: money, guns, drugs, gold, human trafficking. These are all part of the global exchanges, not part of the universal currency. So that money becomes our currency addiction. That currency addiction cannot get on the plasma highway. This is a fact. So when we look at the emotions of addiction, we find that this inertia feedback vision to your radiance is dependent on what we see, hear, smell, and taste. But also, it's what we've grown accustomed to. So it becomes part of our inertia feeding vision. This is not part of knowledge in motion. Within knowledge in motion, there's a family reference, and there's another family reference. Well, what's the difference? The family reference of where you came from, the family reference of where you're going to. And you become the radiance reference between those. So to maintain your radiance, you have to take what you need and give what you don't. And so you absorb to enhance your soul, and you emit to enhance other souls. So this is very different from what we call gene modification, because we talk about engineered genetics or reverse engineered modified crops, modified humans, and modified morality. Well, with the plasma science, we can return to the source. And the reason for that is because we're able to go on that plasma highway. So when we look at the embodiment of the soul, we're all making choices. So, you know, there's power versus money, there's power over money, there's, your ranking opinion, maybe you're self-delusional. And then, of course, there's this perfect storm that affects us all, where we experience the undermining, the deceiving, the self-destruction. So the true power is when you are your own healer. And so how do we do that? So if we understand the basic soul sequencing, where the soul of the sun plus the soul of the earth attracts the soul of the man, then we find the problem that we're having here is the welcome mat is the missing link. The welcome mat is the on-ramp to the plasma highway. So don't get lost. And understand that when people ask you, well, what is plasma? You have to define it. It's a kind of energy state, and they're different energy states. So most of us have the point of view of our earth space, but we don't really understand our earth space because we can't find our inner space if we don't understand our earth space. And so this becomes the key to the gateway to outer space. And this is the whole purpose of life. And if that is not important, well, then nothing is important. So as we find all these field forces coming together, to be held in a field, there has to be rotation, and the speed of the rotation affects the field strength. And so there has to be a speed of relation. And so these relations come in different strengths. So these different strengths accommodate these field relations. So the earth space is a kind of energy state, but the plasma is bound to the ethos of the universe. So right there is a conflict. Right there is a point of a problem. So in order to understand these relationships, we have to see a balance between the gravitational and magnetical field forces of what we call a maggrav. And that becomes very stable. So when we look at the scientific responsibility and we see that's one aspect of it, the spiritual responsibility is another aspect of it. The plasma science needs to bring these two together and add to the knowledge. By adding to the knowledge, that affects the rate of change. And the change is absolutely necessary if we're looking to create a balance. So we have to change our field relationships from an adversarial versus a coexistence type of state. So we've introduced in our Earth space, we can say, well, that's our nano awake state. And in our inner space, that's our nano gap dream state. And so where science meets the soul of man for peace, well, that's our outer space. And we're never going to get into outer space if we don't overcome our soul of limitations, which are anchoring down into our emotional presence, because we see that as the midpoint between the emotion of past and the emotion of future, not understanding that the field forces between the feeding from the sun and the feeding from the planet creates this field force of inertia, where you as an independent variable can prosper and progress. And you have to have the trust of the universal field forces of energy and overcome what we have, this man space of abuse, which we've derived from this hunter-gatherer duality that we see. So we've had scientific abuse, academic abuse, spiritual abuse, social abuse. It affects your radiance. It becomes radiance abuse. And so we are all soul hunters to a certain degree. And so we see one of the best ways is to harvest the souls by double crossing. But that becomes your eternal burden because you're drawing energy from the weakest energy state. So it is important to have energy binding, but not at the expense of others. And so we've been trying to bring peace on this planet. And every Tuesday we meet for the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for world peace. And this past week was number 301. And so the reason for that is because we are just a magnetical residue. We're the independent variable. And so each one is part of this interdependent universe, which allows us to reach another one and facilitate an emotional transformation to teach one and understand that we're all part of this one nation, one planet, and this one universe. So why are we so preoccupied with the blood of heroes? And when we look at our history and what we understand of our history, and we talk about evolution, there was a scientist by the name of Lloyd Pye, and he wrote many books. And he wrote this about evolution. And his book was Everything You Know Is Wrong. And we already suspected that because when we look at the history of the Atlantean rugs, we see the structure of the DNA, the structure of the chromosomes, the changing of the seasons, the perpendicular interaction. And we see that these same art forms are carried in our designs or paintings and our textiles. And they're the same on both sides of the Atlantic. How did that happen? And none of us remember when the bridge of Atlantis was withdrawn. And yet this knowledge carries on. So maybe we're just not understanding our history. So we revel in these heroes where we have blood sports, human versus human, right? Like boxing, wrestling, and mixed martial arts and Russian roulette. 5 out of 6 scientists don't think there's anything wrong with that game. And then, of course, there's the human versus the animal blood sports like hunting and fishing and bullfighting. But then we get into animal versus animal blood sports. like cockfighting and betta fish fighting. And we find that these are all the blood of heroes because they give us blood pumping thrills. And when we look at the nature of blood, we find that it is a Bingham plastic. So it acts as a rigid body when a force is applied, but acts as a liquid when it is gently applied. And so it's like a pseudoplastic. There's a decrease in viscosity when more force is applied. And so we have some examples such as nail polish and lava and ketchup and whipped cream. And it's very common to be used in drilling industry, which is kind of interesting because these talk about rheological properties of changing the stress, which we're talking about relaxation times of viscosity and compliance. So the blood of the planet is really actually the lava, isn't it? So if we look at the blood types, we have different blood types in our group, but blood is considered a Bingham plastic fluid. So we can see analytical results in pressure drop, resistance to flow, and wall shear stress. And the same thing with lava. So we have streams of molten rock that pour or ooze from an erupting vent. So, and the lava flows could be uphill or downhill. And sometimes they disappear only to pop back through an area of least resistance. So we see the similarities of the flow of this fluid within our bodies and within the earth body. So when we look at cell respiration, fundamentally food has to come in and waste has to go out. And so cells multiply through division. So we're talking about creation, growth, repair, and decay. This is all part of cell respiration. So the plasma of our soul has a GPS, and it's anchored into the bandwidth of the field strength of the soul. The soul is anchored in the blood. So we ask ourselves, well, which soul is anchored? The soul of the man, the soul of the body, or the soul of the cells? So the thing is the blood system has arteries which carry oxygen and veins which carry waste. So blood is red in physicality, and iron is the main component of blood. And when we look at the iron tetrahedron, we see that the iron, which has a mass of 26, is surrounded by 4 oxygens, each of which has a mass of 8. So this facilitates our earth space anchorage. But there are also capillaries. And so the aerobic blood is healthy blood. And as we say, these healthy cells respire oxygen. So living cells are aerobic, dead cells are anaerobic. So blood flows through vessels. But when they get into the capillaries, they cause the blood star formation to fold over. And at that point, the oxygen is sheared off. This is how we get the oxygen. And this becomes an important point because we've already discussed that when we look at our x-rays, we don't see any of this. The only thing that we see is our bones. And when we understand how things evolve, we see that the brain follows the heart. The heart materialization precedes the brain materialization, and that the blood then travels through the heart, but it goes around the brain. So something's wrong here. And we find it's the lymph system. It's composed of white blood cells. So both red and white blood cells are produced in the bone marrow of the thigh bone. And this is how hydrogen enters the electron transport system. So this is a transport system that carries on in interstitial fluid. The blood system does not reach the cells. It only reaches the organs. It's the lymph system which reaches all the cells. This is a key point. This is a key point in understanding health. This is a key point in understanding the OMEM genetic code. So there's a lot of work on gene modification, which is adaptation confusion, because it's disruption or it's alteration. So the question is it enduring or is it reversible? So when we look at our chromosomes, we find that there's an anomaly here. We have 23 pairs. That's an odd number. So it creates an asymmetric picture. And we've talked a lot about that, between symmetry and asymmetry. So when we look at Lloyd Pye and what he was talking about, he was looking at the genetic code shall we say, the ape family. And what he found was that all primates have 48 chromosomes, and that is symmetric. And all humanoids have 46 chromosomes. That's an anomaly. So how does that fit in with our conversion here? Because we have 24 carbon on the plasma highway, we have 24 on the plasmatic manifestation in between, and we only have carbon 12 there. And we see how this conversion is working through the gravitational and magnetical field forces. And they have these interacting fields, which also have to exchange energy, and they create this vortex. But there's an asymmetric anomaly. We only have 23 chromosomes. So we find that when we're talking about the blood of heroes, it's human versus human blood sports. Wars, human trafficking, organ harvesting, pedophilia, and immorality. But there's no bloodlust in outer space. So we find that this blood of heroes is our anchorage into our limitations of physicality. So what is a cocoon? Because the interesting thing when we talk about transmogrification, we don't have to change the environment. We have a caterpillar that changes into a butterfly. Or we even see a pumpkin seed go into a pumpkin. So a cocoon is to protect themselves or their young as they develop into adults. So that includes some moths, butterflies, earthworms, and leeches. They all make cocoons. And most butterflies form a chrysalis, not a cocoon. And an occlusion happens, which a caterpillar turns into an adult. And so then happens a Gans reveal, because inside the cocoon is this Gans. So the skin is shed, revealing the chrysalis. So during the time that's in this position, I wonder what the caterpillar is dreaming. So the chrysalis forms after the final mold of the caterpillar skin, and the caterpillar digests itself, which releases enzymes to dissolve all of its tissues. This is the GANS production. It takes about 5 to 21 days. So that's how life is created. But when we look at the periodic table of elements and we see the different elements, we were talking a lot about the iron, and of course the amino acids, the carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and hydrogen. And so we see that when we created a cup of life, we took zinc and copper and nanocoated copper, and we created GANS. And if we changed the components in the cups of man, one was emotional, one was physical. And then when we put the two together, they created a combination. And then we had an earth cup, which gave us our matter manifestation. And then we had a cup of inertia, which interacted all of those together. And then we have the cup of the soul, where we found that the magnetical, gravitational, and field forces of each and every cup had a soul. And collectively, all 5 cups had a gravitational magnetical relationship and created a soul. So we find that there's always a biosphere emotional affinity. And so the rotating feedback is a feeding byproduct process of another process. And so we can see solids, and some are transparent, some are liquid, some are in GANs, and some are just fields within the GANs. And so what's interesting is that the butterfly chrysalis excretes a red liquid, which is sometimes mistaken for blood. But it's a pupil fluid, which isn't blood at all. It's made up of waste material that is produced during the pupal stage. So then there's another anomaly, and this is silk. And it's a fibrin that contains amino acids. Isn't that interesting? But it's used as an embalming agent in spider webs. And so it's produced as a GANS. So first of all, spiders inject deadly enzymes that preserve the victim and then wrap it up in a silk cocoon. So the cocoon is physically made, but the contents are dead. So the cocoon preserves life. So there's a stark contrast between the cocoon that the spider web makes and the cocoon that the moth makes. So we see this stark difference between the structure of our brain and the structure of our body, but there is a commonality. So first of all, there's a communication, an intercellular and intracellular communication. And then we see that there is a hardening, such as of the bones. But then we also see that cancer is a hardening, and so it's a disruption of this stability. So it pays for us to remember what memory is all about. So if we look back to the basic understanding of May the 3rd, 2021, we see that the rotating field is in a spiral, and it follows a pattern of the Fibonacci series. And so we see this manifest into shells of snails. So we can clearly see how they follow a rotating field and they get larger and larger. But then there are other snails that even develop horns, which are operating in a different direction. And so these different directions are perpendicular to each other. And so we see that we have a collective amnesia at birth. And since the heart precedes the brain, that explains why we're having problems at these boundaries with our memory. And yet somehow the RNA, in conjunction with the DNA, has no problem with memory. And so I wonder if the caterpillar has the same memory. So it becomes important not to be cruel to caterpillars because they won't forget it. So they remember what they learned as caterpillars. And when they're ready, the cocoon starts shaking. So this is a natural instinct to ward off predators. So this is a combination of emotional knowledge plus the emotion of physicality, isn't it? So this is all part of growth. And as the spirals grow, maybe we grow a larger prison. And this all becomes part of our Gans conversion. And so we see the similarity in how our nerves grow, where the myelin sheath grows around the axon, and with each rotation, our memory grows. And we see the similarity between how we went from a chain link of atoms into monatomic atoms. And we see the similarity with essential fatty acids. And so this is how we cross these memory boundaries, right? Because in death, the anaerobic bacteria digest the body. So the same bacteria in the body, which was facilitating life, is now assisting the death. And so that memory is ingrained in the DNA and RNA. So therefore, the soul has to be able to grow as well. So we see the unconsciousness and consciousness relationship. Well, we see the awareness and acceptance, knowing and learning, awaking and maturing. So this liberates earthbound prisoners. So we are sentient beings. And so as sentient beings, they grow, they have awareness, they have sensitivity. And we say that we're all organic, means it's carbon-based. But the earth is inorganic, means it's silicon-based. And it also grows. Therefore, it has a soul. So where does this sit? So when we look at these hidden patterns, we have to understand that maybe we have this hexagonal pattern in the center. And of course, it emits a pattern to the other areas. But at some point, those hexagonal patterns become elliptical patterns. And they grow and add on. And the energy that facilitates these patterns is the same energy, but it creates different patterns. So clearly, there is a change in the pattern based on the interaction of fields, isn't it? And so this was the pattern of the daisy. So if you look at the yellow part, you'll see the hexagonal formations. And if you look at the white part, you see the petals. And you see how they all grow together, but they're not fighting. So these patterns are all part of protein building, and they're all part of the memory. And they grow in different dimensions. And even we see with lobsters, they shed their exoskeleton. That's their prison. But then they go into hiding and they do the same reveal, because that exoskeleton is their cocoon. So the body is soft to expand to a new growth state. And at that point, then the shell hardens and the lobster can come out. So we see that children do not need to shed their skull to grow. So we as adults have been able to grow the skeleton prison that we have. And some even grow outside of the head and grow horns, like moose. But these are all part of calcium. And so now we come to a really important point, because calcium has these features where it's water soluble, it's also water insoluble. And it's also sometimes in suspension in water. So there is a calcium gas. And so we see that we can go from shells to skulls and from the inner space of cocoons. And so this all becomes part of our gravitational stability. And if we understand that point, then we will truly resolve the anomaly and understand that we're just not seeking gravitational stability, but our Earth space is our man space cocoon. And so this is just part of the journey. That journey is simply irresistible because we have a dilemma on, because we have many faults, failings, and weaknesses. So we have to understand there's no such thing as an immoral soul. There's an immoral man and a disconnected soul. So when we look at the soul and we say that it's operating at the highest energy level and it's operating with the soul of the body, which is at the next energy level, and the interaction of those two creates the manifestation of the matter energy level. But if there's disconnected, we're not getting the whole picture. So we could be getting a different inertia picture. In other words, we have these overlapping fields, and the plasma highway operates at the highest level. And when we see our chromosomes, they're operating as an asymmetric anomaly, which means that these are in the intermediate stages that allow us to transition different energy levels. So the plasma highway operates as a C24, and the physical highway operates at C12, except that we procreate. This is how we achieve our biological family. We procreate. So that procreation doesn't come from the physicality. The physicality comes from the procreation. So now we understand the birth process and the difference between the physical babies and the children of Mitra. These energies follow the plasma highway. So this relationship that we constantly fighting with, like the duality of the fields and the photons, the particles and the waves, the soul of man and the soul of the body, or the inner space of man space and the inner space of environment space. All of these relationships and their dualities, we understand that the solution to our dilemma is that the immortal soul can be a moral man. Because we are hooked up to the soul of the Creator, the soul of the earth, the soul of the family of humanity, the soul of the man, the soul of the body, and each and every one of the soul of the cells. Because all of these have a dynamic soul plasma, which is simply irresistible lust for life. And what's really interesting is that we have these excitable visitors who are following this reverse dreamscape which we've created, and they're coming from some reality dimension, and it is their simply irresistible dream. So the emotion of love is simply irresistible, and they all want to come to this heaven on earth. And so many of us are looking for this pursuit of happiness, not understanding that we have always had this launch field failure because man has never launched a rocket into outer space. We have to understand that the Earth space rules apply to inner space and outer space. Or we say it differently, the outer space rules apply to inner space and Earth space. Because the reality dimension is that outer space is not a place. Outer space is a method of energy transfer, and it's energy in motion. And so all of us together are trying to get together so that science can meet the soul of man for the purpose of peace, because that's the only way that we can get into outer space. And now we have choices. Since December the 16th of 2022, we have choices on how we can transmute into outer space, enjoy the gracefulness of our inner space and the bountifulness of our earth space. And so we've been trying for 513 knowledge seekers workshops in a row for over a decade to bring together the greater oneness, to understand the transcendence of the limitations of nuclear science. The plasma science can do that because there's a matter state that's physical and there's a matter state that's plasmatic, and we can sense the difference. And we can do this at different rates of sensitivity because we're dynamic. We're a dynamic plasma. There's no up, there's no down, there's no north, there's no south. We are universal. And our universal token for peace was shown on November the 11th in London. And that's just a token representing the plasma science and technology offered in exchange for peace. And as we close the Linz exhibition, it symbolizes our moving from materialization science. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science, welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers. Life's learning lessons transmute your outer space preference and sentimentality. And you can only achieve that with the World Peace Treaty. So sign it in physicality with a pen. Sign it with the blood of heroes, and you'll be the heroes. Sign it with your soul. The dilution of motion allows fields of life choices to be free from boundaries or abuse. And your ethos is your GPS positioner. I'm sorry. Your ethos is your GPS position on the peace roadmap. And the universal community is your travel guide. And this comes to you at the speed of love, which manifests and determines your inner space emotional constructs. So it's the earthbound soul family that seeks physical and emotional gravitational vitality. The earthbound soul family has an emotion of knowledge. It's embodied in the transmutation connection to your soul family. It connects equally to the Universal Cosmic Rays Freedom Broadcast Channel, which is the broadcast channel of inner space of your soul family. And that is what's resonating with the proper plasma universe. And that is simply irresistible. Plasma science needs to continue to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. That's the end of this trip. I hope you all enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you all for listening. And again, it just seems this knowledge can go on and on and on, and I think it does. So we continue to pick up small bits and bobs as a layering effect. We're continuing to add to the knowledge for ourselves. Would anyone like to start a conversation or ask a question? Or bring something up that maybe you've understood and you want the others to understand more? or something you haven't understood, and maybe someone can help you or explain a little more from their perspective of understanding.
Hello, Alec. Hello, Mark.
Hello.
I'd like to say about what Mr. Keshe said in the last teaching about our planet, that our behavior is because of our planet. So we see so many different species, and I try to correlate with my body, what's the morphology of my body and the morphology of the different species in this planet. And why so different species is, how could I explain? All different species have this behavior like us. I think it's not because we forgot our essence, our soul. I think this influence of this planet is very important too. And I'd like to know what you think about the other species. Is the same? I think that the plants and the trees are more have more connection with their souls, but we have many different species. So I'd like to know what you think about it. Thank you.
That's a terrific question. I would like to draw attention to the last video that Mark showed, where while he and a group of knowledge seekers were in London on November the 11th. And of course, they were present at that meeting, and they were, it was unknown to them what was going on with the Brazilian community. And we see a very profound difference between what the Brazilian community did there and what we've been doing on the soul travels. The difference is the soul family. So why we were so emotional, and we were emotional. If you look at the testimonials, there's no doubt about it. I mean, as crazy people were, I think Brazil had 19 cell phones operating. Almost all the knowledge seekers in Canada were in on the meeting, and which is not saying a lot because there's not many of us, but it's a very strong group. But the Brazilian group is a really huge group, and they worked very hard to bring this together. And so I don't know how they connected everywhere, but obviously a large country like that needed a lot of connections, and so you can see how much support the whole team got. And collectively, that whole team generated an awful lot of emotion, because that whole team patched into the Peace Dome. And the Peace Dome, being the dome of peace for the planet, is also patched into by the humanity family. So collectively, without knowing the details, all of us felt this strong emotion. So it didn't matter where we were. Some of us were in Germany, some of us were in Canada, US, Brazil, Argentina, just to name a few countries. But there were many, and they stayed for the full session. And it was also brought up earlier on today that when we went into the soul classes on Friday, that even those who didn't go to those meetings could actually feel the energy. So just to state what had happened on November the 11th is our enhancement units were turned on. We all felt that. What happened this past Friday, so that being November the 24th, the units had to be turned on again because they were turned off after the November the 11th meetings. And those units are off right now, and they will be turned on again next week. And I'm sure you will all feel it, how they turn on. Because what is the difference? Being part of the humanity family without knowing the details, without understanding the specific connection, we depend on the emotion. And we all felt that strong emotion. But when we travel into outer space, we leave part of our humanity family here. We are the last man standing. We can't share the emotion with that family here. But that energy has to be encapsulated and becomes the embodiment of our soul to deliver us to another humanity family in another environment. Which is to say that the humanity family of the launch point is the same in terms of nature as the humanity family in the landing point. And so the reflection of this difference of the collective family within this environment has a very, very strong emotional connection. And that connection is to the family, to the environment. So as travelers in outer space, that energy is converted along the plasma highway to lead us to our destination. So you have touched on the very most important point in outer space travel. So thank you very much for your question, Claudia.
Thank you, Alex. And do you think the other species is like in this highway and it's difficult to access his own soul because of this planet?
Oh, definitely.
Okay.
Definitely. And this is why the emotion here is so strong, because as we work to, shall we say, correct the deficiencies, the excitement builds. You know, it's just like if you go to a sporting event and your team is successful, you know, the emotion builds. And when your team is not successful, then we get depressed. And our team has had a lot of holdbacks. And so it's created this depression on Earth. And we say, well, Earth is hell. Well, it's our point of view at that particular time. But Earth is not hell. Earth is heaven. That's why we're here. Only an idiot would go to hell. And I guess we have enough idiots. But, as a humanity family, we've come here to fulfill a purpose. And the reason for that is because there is a residue. It's not just on Earth, but it's in the nearby neighborhood. And collectively, this is limiting our soul expansion. So it's only understandable that if we isolate our point of view with respect to Earth space, then, you know, we can only depend on our point of view, our field of vision, based on what we see in the physicality. And if we understand that our the soul positioning comes from the soul vision, but, you know, we limit it to the point that we're saying, well, we're a little bit more active than stones, but what we do know is that we can throw stones. So is the power in the stone, or is it the power in the humanity? So do we need to throw stones? And why are we doing that? And what is the purpose? Is that the purpose of life? So we're not giving enough attention to what is important. So the whole purpose of understanding this today, and I was so excited to do this particular review, is because it demonstrates the difference of what is limiting us. We are ignoring what is in the background. And we have to understand that not only is it in the background, but it operates at a higher level. And we have not really been in that level other than when we go to sleep at night or when we go through the process of being born or dying. But there's a quality of the transition, and we need to improve the quality of that transition. And that comes by raising our skill set, raising our, learning these new skills. And the new skills that we're learning is how to enter into outer space and be contributing to the universal community. I'm not on a soapbox pontificating here. We all are part of the humanity family. And it was really, really a highly charged emotional experience to be part of the Brazilian community, sharing the experience with all those present on November the 11th in London. It was amazing. And it was very, very strong. And, they were tears of joy because we all know the earth is crying. We can hear it with our souls. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All righty. Thank you, Claudia. Thank you, Alex. Anyone else would like to join the discussion? Raise a point, make a comment, take exception to something you heard, or if something was opposite to what you understood? Well, I guess we can fold our tents then and head home, which we'll do shortly. Alex, you said we're operating on the lowest energy level, but aren't we operating on both levels? It's just the energy level we really haven't paid much attention to, almost like a TV channel that we don't tune into very often. As you said, I think of the daydreaming. We're operating in that energy level much more than we realize we are, because we haven't even been aware that it exists, so to speak. Yes, they called it a dream or they called it a daydream, but we haven't really been tuning into that energy dimension. And now I think we'll start to, this is the dimension I think Mr. Keshe operates in 90% of the time. So perhaps we can sort of replicate that in ourselves. And do we need to leave the physicality to go into space? I don't think so. I think we're already operating. He said you don't have to go into another dimension to operate with the soul across the universe. You just operate in the energy dimension. Now, if you want to do a transmutation of the physicality, that's something else. But I think we can play across the universe in this dimension of energy without having to do a transmutation, and experience so many things and come back to talk about it on a regular basis. I'm sure there'll be physical flights. Obviously, that's getting prepared as well. But I think on the energy level, we can kind of, just as in the dream, zoom around to, once we understand this emotion, that we can create these energies that we need to reach certain positions. I think this energy in motion, which is the emotion. So I believe we're all operating on both levels. Even the dog and the cat, as you see the dog taking a nap and the legs are moving as if they were running, but they're laying on their side, a little barking perhaps coming out of, so they're having quite an interaction. But now we're going to learn to do it consciously, I believe. It'll be in the dimension of energy, but very conscious of the interaction. Just my thoughts on that.
Yeah, we have to navigate around the terminology somewhat. So it's an excellent point that you make. So our position at this point in time, since we're on the other side of the watershed in the post-November 11th, 2023, it's a different point of view. And at this point in time, we have an awareness. So we just need to practice. And you say, well, we just need to practice, but and then what do we practice? So what is difficult, of course, is that we're such a small percentage. So I think over 90% of the planet right now is becoming open to this awareness. They don't have the full awareness, and they're not really. They know something is wrong, and they know something's afoot, but they don't know what to do about it. And this becomes very, very frustrating. So one of the reasons for these classes is to try and help people, give them a kind of a vehicle where they can, choose the language, choose the examples that they want. Everyone can teach on their own basis, and all of us are teachers, really. Parents teach children. And so, we need ways and means to be able to communicate that. But what is different now is that the universal community is actually welcoming this transition. And so we have to think like they do more and more. But we also are in a position to teach them as well. And so there'll be a synergy developed that way. It's not a one-way street. We're not inferior, they're not superior, and we're all equal. And this is the revelation. We all have to understand that we're equal, and so we have this capability. But we have to understand where we are and why we are there, and really ask the difficult question. And each one of us has a difficult question. And do you want to go through life without having the answer to that? Do you? Do you really? If you have questions about your life, are you satisfied that at this point in time you don't have the answers? Are you satisfied with, the near-term possibility that you won't have the answers? Are you confident that in the long term, in some nebulous point in the future, that you will have these answers? Or are you just, you know, drifting? So, two things that I know. When you gather more knowledge, and let's say any activity, whether it's sewing or playing soccer or, you know, whatever skill that you want to do, whether you're a scientist or someone, a woodworker, it's more fun. When you know, when you learn, it's more fun. And when it's more fun, you want to show others because you want to share that fun. And so if you want to restrict that growth, then you kind of become miserable because that's what you're spreading. You're spreading misery. And it's counterproductive. And that is a lesson also. So I think we need to understand this lesson of how we can be counterproductive. And we need to understand that we don't have to be counterproductive because that becomes an individual choice. As such, if we embark on a path of being counterproductive, others have a choice to accept your counterproductive nature. And nowhere are we seeing this more than in the nature of food security on this planet. So those who are enhancers provide, and those who are terrorists deny. And we have an individual choice on which side we operate on. And what we have to take into consideration that the benefit or hindrance or penalty comes to you. No one else has to, shall we say, dish out the punishment. It becomes self-inflicted.
Right.
So that's
judge
the
yourself.
Yeah.
There's no creator sitting at a judge's table, unless you're a fake one of those.
So let's say, you know, you have a series of questions, but some questions are beyond your range. So, you know, in order to answer or even consider those questions, you have to have a body of knowledge. You have to achieve a certain body of knowledge. So, you know, this is what the education is all about. So we have to grow incrementally, and once we get there, we will grow to the next stage. I would like to specifically just elaborate one point, if I could, Mark, please. There was a question about inbreeding, and the thing about it that is not understood is that when you bring two field forces together, so the inertia field is a combination of those two field forces, and it's a combination of the energy within those field forces. Not all the field forces will become part of that inertia field. Okay. It is, let's say, if you bring 100% in one field and 100% in another field, you're not going to get 200%. It doesn't happen. So there will always be a diminishing. So how do you get a synergy? So you have to bring to the table more than what you have. If you were to bring a third energy field, and that energy field was 100, you bring these three energy fields together of 100 each, you are not going to get 300. but you might get 250. And 250 would be more than 1 and 1. And this is what happened when the farmers were using the plasma technology and complaining about the birds eating the crop. After the birds were fed, they still realized a 250% growth rate in their crop. And what did it mean to them? They went from poverty to actually making profit, which facilitates sustainability. They became gravitationally stable. And in that process, the product of their labor became magnetically stable. So that is a physical representation of a physical manifestation. What we are going to have to learn in the new teachings is the plasmatic manifestation and how that works as well. And we have all sorts of examples around it, but you know, they don't manifest into the physicality the way we would like, because we're looking at it from our own physical standpoint. So we have to open up to the understanding of our soul point of view. And that's the key. And so that becomes the pointer, the roadmap, if you will, to the plasma highway. And we just have to follow that path and improve our skills and make sure that we understand that we are all part of the humanity family and we have the same wish. Thanks very much for allowing me to present today, and thanks, Mark, for leading the pack here. I'm looking forward to the next exciting episode next week. Thank you so much.
Okay, anyone else want to bring a thought or a comment into the discussion? These rug designs that you mentioned, Alex, are quite interesting. These shapes, was someone trying to tell us something without saying a word, or did they just like that sort of design and the person overseeing the carpet was saying, well, where did you come up with this design? What were you trying to do? Or did they just like it? Or I'm sure the soul recognizes it, but is this a message in a rug?
Yes. Listen, you know, suppression of knowledge isn't, you know, a phenomena of the 21st century, you know.
Yeah.
Okay. This has been going on for millennia. So how do you transfer the knowledge? So if they burn the books or whatever, so you know, you put it in your clothing. I went once to there was a what do you call it? A display, a show in Toronto, and I went there with my mother. And on the way to the show, there was a rug display. Not part of the show. He was just on the outside. It was a massive rug display, and it was all these Persian rugs. And it was really funny because we went in there and I could clearly see that, you know, they had seasonal changes. They had DNA, they had chromosomes, they had all of these interactions and the different patterns in the rugs. And I thought, you know, well, I was there with my mother and I asked her, you know, what do you think of all these patterns? And I said, well, yeah, they're nice. And we grew up with those patterns because I was a kid playing on a carpet in Canada, following out these patterns, but I didn't know what they meant at the time. So I thought, well, maybe my mom knows the meaning of these patterns. And she actually didn't know. So when I pointed out to her, I said, there you go. There's the 4 seasons. There's the, you know, different animals. There's the different crops. There's the different temperatures. And there's the DNA. There's the RNA. And she says, oh my God. She says, there it is. I could see it plainly now, that every single carpet was an educational design. And what was outstanding, of course, that this was billed as a Persian rug display. But of course, we all know that they were from the Aztecs and the Incas. So the question, and I don't want to get into a historical argument, but you know, which came first, the Incas or the Persians? But let's just leave that one. The point of the matter is, there is no land bridge between Peru and the Middle East. So how did that knowledge cross over the Atlantic?
Well, I think the Egyptians were sailing some ships far, far in the past, way before we thought they could get out of the Mediterranean or something.
Really, eh? That would be a little bit of conflict in some history books.
Or maybe even with the flying carpet technology that did exist on this planet until it was, as you say, banned. So that would probably be a much quicker way to move around this planet and spread or share knowledge. I think that has gone on in the past. Now, at one point, Alex, you mentioned the Ray dance, R-A-Y. Were you referring to the rain dance or the Ray dance? Maybe you want to open that a bit. Or is it the same?
Is it the same? Not really. Let's see, the Ray dance.
You were talking about like a ballerina, perhaps? I know Mr. Keshe mentioned ballerina a few times in the workshop. Was that the Ray dance you were speaking about?
No, it's what I was alluding to in the answer to Claudia's question. So the release of the PM text has a certain flavor. And when you have PM ticks coming together, they create a rotating dance. And when they have common energies together, then they combine and create a gravitational field force. And they begin the process of a maggrav, right? So each ray has its own flavor. So the coming together of these PM ticks is a ray dance, because each PM tick is a ray. So when they come together, because they come at different points in time, well, it's not so much in time, let's call it position. They come at different points of position. So as the neutron is, shall we say, devolving into an atom through the decay process, during the whole process, it's really releasing PM ticks. And so every neutron that is going through this decay is releasing a PM tick. So they're not all releasing at the same time or position. It is that factor which causes the difference in the flavor. So the PM ticks coming from the same decay process will all be different because they're all coming from a different point of position. And when they interact, they will not just interact with themselves, but they will interact with other rays coming from other positions. Right? They're all coming from all different directions. And they're all
sounds like a
different
rain dance to me, in a way.
No, it's
Metaphorically.
a ray dance. It's definitely a ray
I
dance.
know.
They're all coming together, and that's the whole point about the dance. It's in the dance, some PM ticks leave, other PM ticks arrive. So if what you consider a maggrav, and let's say for discussion purposes, you just say, oh, well, there are 8 PM ticks in this maggrav. And let's say in a different position, you look, oh, there's 8 PM ticks in that maggrav still. Well, no, they're not the same 8. It's a different 8. Because in order to maintain the maggrav, there has to be an emission and an absorption. And when there is an emission, that's gone. So to replace it is an absorption. And that absorption is not going to be the same PM tick that was emitted. This is the key. This is why one day you produce a certain type of GANs, and the next day you may not produce as much. Or another day, there'll be a slight difference in the color. You say, well, I didn't change anything. Well, yeah, yesterday and today are 2 different days. And although the Earth rotates around the sun, when it comes full circle, it's in a different position. That's the point. So this is what we have to take into account. It's very difficult, let's say, if you're a fabricator and you have a, you know, you're making a bumper, let's say, or a fender on a car. You have to look at it as a bunch of atoms that are teaming on the surface, giving and taking energy. And you have to understand that a metal part on a vehicle is extremely gravitational. But in order to maintain that gravitational process, there is still an emission and absorption. So you say, well, that looks pretty hard to me, and that looks, you know, pretty solid. Well, yes, it is. However, if we change the relative field forces, that metal could dissolve.
Thank you for opening that up a bit more. Anyone have any final thoughts? Something you wanted to bring that you've been holding back? I find many times when I do that, somebody mentions something later and I said, gee, I could have added something to that if I would have said what I wanted to say at the time. But sometimes I don't always do that. But I'm learning more and more to be sort of following the soul's impetus to bring something or share something that I think may not have any meaning to anyone, but then we find out later it is connected. Okay, we can bring this meeting to a close. I thought I'd play the Magrav is You. Mr. Keshe went through this a number of times in the workshops, and this is what we're finding out. Again, that this Magrav, this teaching, this understanding, is not so much the copper coils, but the coils within you and the beauty of your creation. As he said, with the coils in the intestines and the coils in the brain and all this GANs within you mixed by perfectly by the creator and so on. So I thought we'd share this, the final disclaimer, and then the meeting will come to an end. I want to thank everyone for being here, bringing the change, being proud of the work you do, the person you are, and the difference you make in this universe. And I think we'll be making even more difference in the future as we start to share more and more to a bigger, wider audience, even including the universal community, as they also will share with us some of their knowledge. So it's an exciting time, and as Mr. Keshe said, the fun has just begun. Thank you all. If no one has anything else, then I'll proceed with the little video, the Magrav is You. You can find those all in the American Telegram and take them and disperse them any way you'd like. But again, just little knowledge appetizers for someone to hear something that rings true to them, and they go and they find more time for exploration and understanding who they are in the universe. And again, it's all about you, not so much anyone else's ship. Okay, I don't hear anything. Alex, are you hearing anyone?
Nope. Take that over the screen and let's stay tuned for the next exciting episode.
Okay, let me share the screen. There we go. And we'll just start here. This is where this video, so I'll just scroll this up in the MagRav, which is from the store. This is just coils within coils here. Gravitational coil with another coil inside it, magnetical coil with another one. Usually they place them in 3 stackers, either vertical or horizontal, but this is what we would call, in a way, a MagRav, or a concept of the MagRav in a copper coil and nano-coated. So let me see if I can just bring this one up. MagRav is you. Again, so many beautiful things Mr. Keshe shared. It's only a 4-minute video, so I hope you'll stay and listen to this. And then we will play the final disclaimer and the meeting will end. Thank you all again for bringing the change, being part of the change. And I think our work will just continue to grow week after week after week, month after month, year after year, as more and more people become familiar with the knowledge, so to speak. Okay, just a moment. I think I need to move one thing out of the way so I can see where we are here. And we will continue from here. Okay, thank you all and have a wonderful rest of your day, night, evening, morning, wherever you may be.
Now let's see how many of you understood that you came here to see MagRavs and reactors, and you never realized the target was you from the beginning of the time. You are that MagRav, you are that reactor, and everything within you is said to do. If you have not understood something, I give you a clue. How the MagRav is created out of you. Look at through the channels, the twists and turns and the pipelines in the cycle of your physicality, if you understand it. Look at your eggs and your testicles and all the holes and crevices and the pipes and the way they're shaped. Look at the structure of your stomach, your intestine, and look at the structure of the pipes in your brain. You are the MagRav and all the coils in it. Now you understand how the game is played and how the fields within that decides if you receive a saving or energy or you can have a free run. Those of you who looks for matter state, physical dimension energy, plug yourself into the wall. And those who understood about the work of the energy transfer in the dimension of the soul of the man, sit on top of the MagRav, as I said many times, and feel its energy. Either way, you are the system. Either way, it's the soul of the system which counts. If you stay in the dimension of physicality of the man, you still that blue MagRav on the table. And if you understand the energy transfers and existence, you're connecting to feed the whole of the universe and environment from that. Now you understand. The game has been played in a full cycle. And now it's for you to understand how to play with this dynamic, physical, beautiful life. It does not need another dimension. It has another dimension, the dimension of the soul of physicality, to test itself. And then how to radiate. And then how to become part of the totality. As I said, we are universal teachers. We can teach in the same classroom as in the village, as I said last week. a toddler in the same room, as this class has only one room, and to the boy who sits to go to university, and even we can bring the education of university and the PhD in the same room. It's just that if there is enough seat in that room, as the knowledge is the same and the teacher the same. Now you understand. You are that vessel. And your conduct by the ethos of Mitra decides your position, the place, the time. And if you understood and elevated your soul, understand the position of it, to become that passenger of the universe.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.